at 7:02. Please, before we do a salute to the flag, I'm just going to have Ms. Rivard do a roll call for attendance.
Mr. Blair?
Here.
Ms. DeSimone?
Here.
Mr. Conti?
Present.
Mr. Waterman?
Present.
Ms. Jackson? Yep. Mr. Delissio?
Present.
Mr. Cobus?
Here.
Ms. Dolan?
Here.
Ms. Reynolds?
Here.
Ms. Holmes?
Here.
Yeah.
11 yeas, they're all here.
Thank you. At this time, I'd entertain a motion to suspend the rules.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call vote is required, and we'll begin with Counselor Holmes.
Ms. Holmes?
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds?
Yes.
Ms. Dolan?
Yes.
Mr. Cobus?
Yes.
Mr. Delissio?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Waterman?
Yes.
Mr. Conti?
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone?
Yes.
Mr. Blair?
Yes.
President Cooper?
Yes.
11 yeas, no nays.
Thank you. We are now operating under suspended rules. Please stand and join me in a salute to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, liberty and justice for all. Thank you. At this time, I'd entertain a motion to approve the minutes of July 23rd, 2020.
Second.
Thank you. Motion is in order. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, a roll call vote is required, and we'll begin with Counselor Blair.
Mr. Blair?
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone?
Yes.
Mr. Conti?
Yes.
Mr. Waterman?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Delissio?
Yes.
Mr. Cobus?
Yes.
Ms. Dolan?
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds?
Yes.
Ms. Holmes?
Yes.
President Cooper?
Yes.
11 yeas, no nays.
Thank you. Motion passes. At this time, Ms. Rivard, would you read the public hearing notices? Actually, we're going to read all of the notices at once. We've given numbers to those in attendance, and we will see how many are on the Zoom link, and we'll go back and forth between the Zoom link and those in attendance. We'll actually start with the mayor and hear from the mayor first, and then go to public testimony. We will, depending on the number on the Zoom, it's not too bad here in the audience, but depending on what the numbers look like on Zoom, which, Jim, if you can tell me how many are on there, that would be great. And then we can decide if we're going to time limit or how we're going to receive the testimony. But it doesn't, as it appears here, there's 5 or 6, maybe 7 in the audience to provide testimony this evening. In addition, none of these public hearings will be closed this evening. And when you come up and present, you do not have to present at each and every one of the public hearings. You can give a general statement if there's one thing in particular that you are in favor of, and then something else that you are in opposition to. You can tell us that at that time. We're not going to break them all into 9 different public hearings so that people don't have to sit here through that process. So we are going to do that tonight. Any questions? I saw Councilor Cobus, but anybody else, we'll get right to you.
So my question is, so we're going to do this all together. Are we going to do in favor and then against, or it'll just be first come, first serve, and they can speak in favor
Yes.
or against, whichever one's
Exactly right.
they're
Exactly right.
interested in.
Depending on the
Got it.
the draw of the numbers, right? And then what we have on Zoom, but we will go back and forth. And the order that Jim brings them into the meeting is the order in which they will testify. You do need to wear the mask if you're here in public. There's sanitizer on the thing. Everybody here has, I believe, signed in. And when you go out, if you don't mind signing out, that would be great. Anything else? Any other questions from the council? Seeing none, Sharon, would you kindly read the notices for the public hearings this evening?
Public hearing relative to the following amendment to the City of Attleboro Ordinance, Section 7-12, Styrofoam Food Container Waste Reduction. Public hearing relative to the following amendment to the City of Attleboro Ordinance 7-13, Plastic Food Waste Reduction. Public hearing relative to the following amendment to the City of Attleboro Ordinance 7-14, Mercury Waste Reduction. Public hearing relative to the following amendment to the City of Attleboro Ordinance 7-15, neonicotinoid reduction. Not sure if I said that right. Public hearing relative to the following amendment to the City of Attleboro Ordinance 7-16, single-use plastic water bottle waste reduction. Public hearing relative to the following amendment to the City of Attleboro Ordinance 7-17, microplastics in water reduction. Public hearing relative to the following amendment to the City of Attleboro Ordinance 7-18, plastic shot bottle waste reduction. Public hearing relative to the following amendment to the City of Attleboro Ordinance 7-19, plastic straw reduction. Public hearing relative to the following amendment to the City of Attleboro Ordinance 11-22, use of balloons.
Thank you. As I said, first we will hear from the mayor. Mr. Mayor, it's all you.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, Municipal Council. I'm here to advocate for my passage of the Environmental Protection and Preservation Ordinance proposal. For the sake of time, I'm not going to address all of the different proposals in depth that I've submitted to you. This proposal seeks to clean up Attleboro today and to be part of a larger effort that society is moving in. Everything proposed in this ordinance is being done elsewhere. There is nothing new here. Nowhere you see these measures implemented do you see the doom and gloom that opponents will claim will happen here in Attleboro if we pass these proposals. I will address those points later. Let me first start by saying that I'm seeking to make Attleboro a cleaner, greener community for today, tomorrow, and generations to come. I believe that many of you shared this goal when you voted for the purchase of Highland Country Club and its conversion to Highland Park, when you voted for the elimination of single-use plastic bags in Attleboro, and when you voted to make Attleboro green community as recognized by the state. By persuasively acting on the distribution of these products in Attleboro, we take another step towards a cleaner city. This will create a sense of pride in our community that will encourage people to want to start to move here. We show support to the communities that have passed similar measures. We show leadership that other communities can look to, and we will take a step being cleaner in our state. We will do what we are supposed to be doing as responsible stewards of our environment and our future. After working with several organizations and taking feedback from people who want to see these measures pass, I'm going to suggest some changes to what I submitted. I'll start with plastic and styrofoam and put together in one section as plastic foodware. So let me start by saying that sections 7.12, 7-13, and 7.20 that I proposed can and probably should be combined. Plastic and styrofoam takeaway cups, containers, and straws are harmful on several levels in their life cycle. Each of these materials use polystyrene or polypropylene. I would include all of these in one section called plastic foodware reduction. On the front end, these products use petrochemicals to produce them. During their use, they often result in litter, end up in landfills, or are burned. On the back end, they are not compostable or degradable. These few initial statements about the products cannot be underscored enough. We have learned in recent years, or even over the last 2 or 3 decades, that these products are harmful to us locally and globally. The Sierra Club of Massachusetts states that polystyrene is commonly used in food packaging where it comes in 2 forms, rigid and foam. The rigid foam is used in clear food containers, plates, bowls, beverage cups, liquids, utensils, and straws. The foam form, sometimes known by its trade name as styrofoam, is used for plates, insulated beverages, cups, food bowls, clamshell food containers, and trays. You can often recognize it by its resin code of 6. So foam is also used for packaging such as peanuts, but this is not usually marked on with the code. It would be a good idea to add shipping peanuts to this list, but I'll leave that to the City Council to add when they are amending this proposal. These products are distributed through two different commercial means, retail and at a restaurant. It would be prudent to eliminate the distribution of both of these materials via both means. Restaurants account for 78% of all disposable packaging, according to research at Technomic, our market research firm. National Geographic last year spelled out in alarming terms, that this is a problem that is, when we wrap it around the earth, when they re-looked at this this research, they basically found that the amount of styrofoam and plastic materials that have been used in the last 6 months during this pandemic could wrap the earth 139 times. Just think about how much waste and that amounts to, and how much goes into that production. Action taken on polystyrene food items are in place all over the world, in major cities such as Oakland, San Francisco, Chicago, the entire state of Maine, and countries such as China, India, and Taiwan. I mean, if you think about that, China has taken action on this. We certainly should too. The Sierra Club of Massachusetts also states that within Massachusetts, there are 47 cities and towns that have already taken action on polystyrene. I'm not going to read off the list, but I can make that available to the City Council. 7 local communities have also taken action on the retail side of polystyrene. Products such as, communities like Arlington and Brookline, Concord, Manchester by the Sea, Newton, Williamstown, Wellfleet. Nationally, San Francisco did it. My point in mentioning the places that have already acted is that the doom and gloom that opponents of this proposal will argue has not happened in any of the places. Life goes on and life is cleaner. I know that there are people opposed to this section. People have been critical of this proposal because they say it will not stop people from buying these items elsewhere and bringing them into Attleboro. Part of this sentiment is that the state legislature needs to act on polystyrene and polypropylene. This may be true, but that's not the point. By eliminating the distribution of these here in Attleboro, we will reduce the amount of litter of these products here in Attleboro. More globally, we'll be taking part of a movement that is seeking to act on polystyrene and polypropylene because of the cradle to the grave consequences that these products have on us as individuals and on our environment. By being another community to act, we are sending a message to the state legislature that we are serious about our environment and we're not going to wait for the legislature to act. Some people argue that if implemented, these will hurt local businesses. I disagree. First, let me say that my father is a small business owner here in Attleboro, and my mother owns a small business in Plainville. I was raised working in these stores. I'm acutely aware of how changes affect small businesses. The proposed changes will not harm businesses. For example, I've heard that the implementation of these changes will put Morin's restaurant out of business. I quite frankly say that's nonsense. Morin's already took it upon itself to move in the environmentally friendly business, and they are using sustainable alternatives, and they've been doing so before this pandemic. I've spoken with John Morin about this. These will not put Morin's out of business. In fact, Morin's is doing a pilot program right now with paper straws. And there are a number of communities in Massachusetts that have already banned the use of plastic straws. Larger metropolitan cities like Seattle have already gone in this direction. Corporations like Starbucks and McDonald's are as well. California, Oregon, and Vermont have already passed statewide plastic straw restriction laws. States like New Jersey and Hawaii are considering it. Some people have said that, well, it might be okay for Morin's because they're well established, but maybe something like Banditos will be put out of business if we were to do this, or it would hurt them. Well, I've spoken with Benito, who is one of the owners of Banditos, and he was in support as he recognizes that this is the right thing to do. He said that if it was imposed on them, they will be fine and they will adapt to it. Dunkin' Donuts has already stopped using styrofoam cups. If established small businesses, nascent businesses, and large corporations can deal with these changes, anyone can deal with these changes, including businesses right here in Attleboro. Consider that in all 47 communities that have already acted on the distribution of many polystyrene and or polypropylene products, none have seen the doom and gloom that will be advocated by the opponents. During this pandemic, as recently as I believe it was June, Mansfield acted on styrofoam. They are not regretting that decision because it hasn't produced the negative consequences that some people had said it would. It was the right thing to do. we passed an ordinance here in Attleboro, and that was about the use of single plastic bags, white plastic bags. At that time, there were 85 communities that had done so. Now the number of communities is nearly 140. Once again, the doom and gloom that was predicted did not come to fruition. Our streets are a little bit cleaner, not having as many plastic bags floating around in the wind or caught in a tree or a shrub. People found alternatives, the world went on. This council acted and made Attleboro a cleaner, greener place. We can do it again by acting on this distribution of polystyrene and polypropylene products at retail businesses and food establishments. I also recommend that a new timeline for this action be taken, which includes moving the implementation of these to either July 1st, 2021, or even January 1st, 2022. This will allow businesses time to make the switch from harmful products to sustainable products. I hope that this honorable body will act on this measure. I hope that it will continue its commitment to making Attleboro a cleaner, greener place. And I hope that it will show leadership that is expected of its elected members and vote in the affirmative by taking decisive action on the distribution of these products. And thank you for your consideration on this measure. I have two more measures I want to discuss, then I'll conclude. And just for your own peace of mind, I will not be as verbose in these next two. Single-use water bottles. Many communities in Massachusetts have already done what I'm proposing. Bottled water bylaws are the result of the harms that bottled water does to our environment, and because of the recognition that microplastics particles end up being consumed. First, let me note that most bottled water is often nothing more than tap water, and only sometimes with filtration, but it's about 2,000 to 3,000 times more expensive than tap water. While marketed as a safer, tastier option, bottled water companies are not regulated under the same rigorous standards as public water. Put another way, in the United States, tap water is held to higher purity standards than bottled water. The state legislature has had a bottle bill under consideration for years. I'm not willing to wait for the state legislature to act. A deposit on these bottles would help reduce litter, but it would not address the use of petrochemicals and air pollution that occurs when creating these bottles. As of September 2020, in Massachusetts, there have been at least 18 communities that have adopted a similar ordinance to eliminate the use of bottled water in their communities. 4 communities have even gone further. In April of 2019, West Tisbury was the first community in the state, first of 4, to actually eliminate the single-serving plastic bottled beverages in their bylaws, including, in other words, coffee, energy drinks, and carbonated drinks. Almost 24 national parks in the US have eliminated the sale of plastic water bottles. Many colleges and universities have done so. Municipal bylaws are in place in the United States, Canada, and Australia. I know there's going to be some opponents to this proposal, as it will force residents to purchase water outside of Attleboro or use Attleboro tap water. I use Attleboro tap water every day. My family does, my dog does. They are fine because our water is fine. But fine is not good enough. This council voted in the last budget to include funding to enhance the quality of our municipal drinking water supply when they voted on funding a water department operation at Wading River. I've also initiated a free program with the State Department of Environmental Protection to address PFAS in drinking water, putting Attleboro at the front of the state's efforts to have the cleanest drinking water in the state. Other communities have acted on bottled water. We can and we should. It will make for a cleaner Attleboro, and it will send a message to the state legislature that they need to act. And the last of the issues that I'm going to talk about is the plastic miniatures, sometimes known as shot bottles or nips. These bottles are one of the most common forms of litter we see in the city. These bottles use petrochemicals to produce. They enable drinking and driving, become litter, and fill landfills. From A to Z, these bottles are bad for our city. Chelsea and Falmouth already acted on the distribution of nip bottles, and they have not seen any of the doom and gloom that the opponents of such a proposal are going to claim. Let me first start by saying that a deposit, which is oftentimes the preferred method, can only be done by the state, and once again, I'm not willing to wait for the state to act. We find nips all over the city streets because people who litter them are drinking as they are driving. A deposit would also not address the petrochemicals that are used to make these bottles or the drinking and driving issue. and let me be clear, this is not a fight against alcohol. I'm not proposing that Attleboro become a dry community. This is about the harm that these specific bottles contribute. We do not see harm to nearly the same degree that regular beer cans disposed of on the side of the road, or as we do with other small bottles. The liquor industry is going to say that these bottles make up a large portion of their business. They are going to say that this proposal is going to cost jobs. It is going to say that is going to hurt their business. It's going to say that the smaller liquor stores are going to go out of business. That is all hyperbole, as we know from our experience in Chelsea and Falmouth. None of those horrible consequences have come to fruition. The liquor industry is also going to say that people are going to go on to larger bottles and do the same thing. I disagree. The risk of getting caught drinking and driving increases with a larger bottle. It's clear that these small bottles are the bottles of choice because they help evade detection when drinking and driving, as the evidence is quickly tossed out the window. Another high quantity consumer of these bottles are teenagers. Once again, these bottles are the choice because they help avoid detection. As I present this issue, I also want the council, I hope the council will consider the elimination of these bottles in their glass form as well. On the one hand, the elimination of the plastic miniatures would be good for our contribution to reducing the use of petrochemicals in the production and the plastic in our local environment. On the other hand, glass alternative would not do anything to reduce litter and drinking and driving. I hope that this body will consider glass miniatures in addition to the plastic. Attleboro will be a cleaner, safer place without these bottles being sold in our city limits. In conclusion, there is an important aspect that I have not yet talked about, and that is our city's credit rating. Credit rating agencies look to see what actions we are taking to keep a clean environment. The insurance industry also looks at this. If we have a plan, if we are taking concrete steps to do what we can to make Attleboro cleaner and greener, collectively, we are rewarded with lower insurance premiums and specifically to Attleboro, a better credit rating. When I interviewed with S&P Credit Rating a few weeks ago, one of the things they asked about was what we are doing about the environment. The state offers grants when we act in a more environmentally conscientious manner. We are working on a hazard mitigation plan with the planning office, and that's being coordinated by Gary Arasian. And we are working on a municipal vulnerability preparedness plan, also in the planning office. Both of these are submitted to the state. Both were discussed in our call with the credit rating agency, as these are important to credit rating agencies. People will want to live in Attleboro if it is a clean community. They will not choose not to live in Attleboro if these harmful products are not offered, as there are environmentally sustainable alternatives available. If you care about what Attleboro looks like when you are driving down the street, please vote for these measures. Are we going to deal with this today, or are we going to kick the can down the road for someone else to deal with it after a lot more damage has been done? Over 100 years ago, Upton Sinclair wrote that it's difficult to get a man to understand something if his salary depends upon his not understanding it. The opposition to each of these is about money. But what about the morality? What about the ethics? And what about just acting responsibly? Children born today are going to live to see the year 2100. It's mind-blowing. Their grandchildren will live to see the year 2200. Are we going to put convenience and what the evidence suggests are exaggerated fears about lost jobs and money and interest above their future? I hope not. I want to reiterate that by acting, we are going to be another city that will clean up on our own. And we will pressure the state legislature to act on a statewide legislation. But we cannot and should not wait for the state legislature to act. Most of what we do in this city affects our lives today. This is an opportunity to make a difference not only in our lives, but in making a cleaner, greener Attleboro for generations to come. By passing these measures, we are sending a message today that we want to be a clean community. We are sending a message to people who live here, to people who are watching how you will vote. We are sending a message that the state legislature about how we want to see the direction of the society go in. This is not a political issue and it's not an economic issue. In my opinion, this is a moral issue. So thank you for your time. I apologize for my long-winded testimony, but that's all I have to say about that.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there any question from the council? at this time for the mayor? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to seek testimony from the public. Mayor, you're welcome to stay on to hear the testimony if you so choose. And I also understand that there's about 11 people wishing to address the council on the Zoom link as well. So we are going to start here in the council chamber. And number one, who I think is Jack Lank, is going to come up, identify yourself for the record, Mr. Lank, and then the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Jack Lank. I live at 18 Lindsay Farm Lane here in Attleboro, but I also am the president and CEO of the United Regional Chamber of Commerce. Very nice speech that the mayor made, trying to tug a little bit on your heartstrings, but let's talk a little bit about reality. I'm here to speak to you on behalf of the many members who oppose the mayor's proposal to ban the sale of single-use plastic and styrofoam containers. We're obviously concerned about the economic impact on the local businesses, especially during this time right now. We've been hit with the hardest economic times that this country has ever seen, and the timing of this proposal is just way off. It's got the restaurants scared. It's got a lot of the other large companies scared and also starting legal action. As a representative of the business owners here in Attleboro and some of the major corporations, we very much understand the problem it's created when people illegally throw plastic and styrofoam containers on the ground rather than in the trash or in the recycling bin. The United Regional Chamber of Commerce, the local business owners, and including the large corporations like Stop and Shop, Shaw's, is supporting the Pick Up Attleboro campaign to address this concern. But this ban would mean you can't purchase single-use water bottles, soda, you can't go to Dunkin' Donuts and get your iced coffee. You can't go and pick up a steak at Stop and Shop because the bottom tier is such styrofoam and it's wrapped in plastic. It just doesn't economically make sense right now. A ban on single-use plastic containers will not change people's behavior, nor will it prevent these containers from ending up on our streets. This can only be achieved through consumer education and a commitment to an aggressive recycling program. From an economic perspective, we're deeply concerned for the future of the businesses and the small businesses here in Attleboro if this is enacted. A ban will severely hurt business in the city at a time when we need the support, not additional challenges. The loss of this revenue stream is not something that can be replaced. The financial impact will resonate throughout the retail and restaurant industries for years to come. Ultimately, the proposed ban will not achieve its intended goals, but it will put many local businesses out of business. Consumers will simply shift their purchases to stores in neighboring towns and still bring it back here to Attleboro. Meanwhile, the environmental issues surrounding plastic containers won't disappear. There are alternatives to a ban. One suggestion that was made concerning the single-use nip bottles, alcohol bottles, water containers is to put that 5-cent deposit on the containers. But that's a state mandate. That's something the state has to work out. I asked the Attleboro Municipal Council to reconsider the proposed ban and look for alternative methods to address the concerns. One other aspect that I was asked to bring up is the additional cost that the city is going to have to shell out, because major corporations have already started legal action against this proposal. So that means the city attorneys are going to have to fight those actions, and we as citizens are going to have to pay those attorneys' bills. That's not fair. Thank you for your time and your attention to this important matter.
Thank you, Mr. Lank. Any questions for Jack? Mr. Coates?
Thank you for coming in, Mr. Lank. Couple questions. So it sounds like you're opposed to the vast majority of these. Were there any of the 9 items that you were supportive of?
To be honest with you, I don't understand the chemical terms that were in the proposal.
Okay.
And the pesticides and things like that. Sure, we agree with those.
Okay.
Okay, but I'm more concerned with the businesses, and the businesses with the plastic containers, the single-use containers. That's going to hurt a lot of people. I'm sorry. I'm going to dispute what the mayor has to say, because I deal with small businesses every single day. I have for as long as I've run this chamber, and I had 2 small businesses before that. Okay, this is going to devastate the small businesses.
In any of your conversations with the small businesses, have they talked about the price difference between paper straws and plastic straws? Is there a huge difference there? I honestly haven't looked into it.
The conversations that I have is, yes, it is more expensive. It's about 25 to 30% more expensive to have these environmentally friendly containers. But the biggest complaint that they get is if people do takeout, it's not hot when it gets home. You know, the styrofoam, the plastic containers, they keep, the cardboard containers do not. You talk to somebody who uses these paper straws, you take 3 sips out of the paper straw and it collapses. So there's got to be alternatives, and this is a very, very expensive endeavor that he's looking for the small businesses to take.
And then last question. So one of my concerns would be putting Attleboro businesses at a disadvantage to businesses within the surrounding communities. Has any of this been implemented? I know the mayor mentioned something about Mansfield, but what's going on in the surrounding communities, and has any of this been implemented, or would this be, in your opinion, putting the businesses at a disadvantage?
Yes, it would put all the businesses at disadvantage. There has been some of the other communities that have followed and done the single-use plastic bag ban. And there's 1 or 2 that are trying the straws, but Mansfield is the only one that I know of that has done anything about styrofoam. And it has been a discussion with other town councils and town selectmen, but right at this point, they're trying to help businesses, not put another challenge in their way.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Council DeSimone.
Jack, thank you very much for coming. I respect your position that you are here in arguing on behalf of your constituents. And any of the conversations that you had, in particular with restaurant owners, was the idea floated about the possibility of extending the effective date. The mayor just offered a year. I'm totally open to a year. I can't see how that would do anything but help the businesses address the inventory, adjust budgets as necessary. Was that idea discussed, and would that make it any more palatable to your constituents?
Honestly, it was not discussed, so I can't honestly answer that question.
Okay.
I don't know.
It's a big factor though, right? To have 3 months versus a year to implement these changes.
Yes, it would be a big factor. And in theory, we agree with this. We have to do something about the environment. The timing is just so far off right now, and it's going to take years for these companies to replace the income that we've lost, or they have lost, over the last 6 months.
I'm completely sympathetic to the situation, but I just wanted to throw out that there's I for one would probably asking for an extension of the effective date for that reason. My second question is, you mentioned lawsuits, and you know this. The fact that people may sue is in no way indicative that those suits that they're going to prevail. Companies oftentimes initiate litigation as an intimidation tactic, a delay tactic.
I agree.
And put the municipality against the wall. So, I don't know that that's fair or appropriate to raise that as a potential issue, because people are going to be worried about that when it may, in effect, be meaningless, baseless litigation. You can sue anybody for anything at any time. So, in all fairness. And then lastly, as far as the NIPS go, do you have any thoughts on the effective date of the NIPS, and what my understanding of the NIPS is? It's very much a margin issue. That liquor stores make a lot of money on the NIPS. Is that your understanding as well? There's a higher margin.
They make a lot of money on all the alcohol.
Right. And sales have been through the roof during the epidemic, right? You've heard that as well.
They have.
Okay. Do you think those are going to be lost sales, or sales that would be replaced by other purchases?
There'll be lost sales because all the other communities around us, they're going to be selling them too.
All right. Thank you, Jack. I appreciate you coming.
Thank you. Any questions from the council that is remote this evening for Mr. Lank at this time? Jack, thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Have a good night.
Thanks, Jack.
President Cooper, Laurie Sawyer of 136 Curtis Ave would like to address the council.
Great. Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Okay. Yeah, this is Laurie Sawyer. I'm from 136 Curtis Ave. And with the climate change creating destructive storms, melting ice caps because of how we're running the environment, by not being responsible in our usage of the resources, we need to do what we can locally, individually, and as a city. I strongly support most of the measures of this bill, with the exceptions of the bottled water. I think it's a good convenience for the kids that, you know, especially going to Cumberland Farms when they need to go after school to get a drink, something that's conveniently low priced. It's good for their health and hydration. Sometimes you can't get home right away to get water. I think we should look to the state to do a deposit on these items. And I know that's been talked about already, but I think instead of banning them, make them returnable. It might be an incentive to not throw them on the ground. As far as banning nip bottles, I think I totally agree with banning those. They're nasty to see all over the roads, and it's concerning in how they get there. Probably means that people are throwing them from their car while they're drinking and driving. This is a safety issue for sober drivers in the city. I agree with banning the styrofoam. Cardboard boxes are just as easy as styrofoam. They're better for the environment, and they take up less space in the businesses to use for takeout. I'm willing to spend a few more cents for a better container. And I think another way to keep a clean environment, we could add and replace the recycle bins at parks. Lee's Pond used to have one, but now it's gone. I think that those are a couple good ways we could help the environment as well. And I do agree with these measures. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Sawyer at this time? Any from the Zoom? Laurie, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Number 2 from the audience, come right up.
Hello and good evening. My name is Olivia DeSimone. My address is 8 Northfield Road. I was born in Attleboro and have lived here all my life. I have attended Attleboro Public Schools here, made friends here, and discovered a sense of community here. All of this is to say that I love Attleboro and I only want the best for it. This is the reason I am standing here tonight in support of all of the environmental ordinance propositions. As a member of Generation Z, I think I speak for all of us when I say that the state of our environment and the future of our Earth is something that is monumentally important. Every single day, we are bombarded with statistics and data about our ever-warming and polluted planet in the news and on social media. We watch and read and listen about our increasingly plastic-filled oceans, our burning forests, and our rising carbon emissions. This information has ignited so many movements led by Generation Z, both locally and globally, such as climate strikes, Fridays for Future, ocean cleanups, and much more. Over and over again, a simple yet powerful message has been sent. We want change. These ordinances, if passed, could be one of those changes. I ask you to please, just for a moment, think about the environmental impact these ordinances could have, not just about the potential effects on business. I want to close this by bringing attention to the fact that tons of kids throughout Attleboro, Bristol County, and beyond are aware of both the proposed ordinances and this meeting tonight, in part because of a post I made and that others shared on social media. Even though only some of us may have chosen to write a letter, email, or speak tonight, know that each and every single one of us is watching and waiting. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. DeSimone? Thank you.
President Cooper, Joshua DeFronzo of 29 12th Street would like to address the council.
Thank you. Mr. DeFronzo, the floor is yours.
Hi, how you doing? Yep, like I said, my name is Joshua DeFronzo. I'm a manager over at City Spirits Liquors on Pleasant Street. I am born and raised in Attleboro. I've been at the stores for about 15 years, and it's honestly like my second home. We live in a great city, and we're able to be lucky enough to run a great business. We shoot to, give back to the community in any chance we can. Yearly sponsorships on local, efforts at the YMCA, Attleboro Arts Museum, and Capron Park Zoo. We are all for the idea of cleaning up Attleboro in any way that we can help. We do recognize the need for change here, just not at the cost this proposal will have on small business. What we fear that was talked about by the mayor is there is no substitute package for what he's proposing to ban. Similar to a couple months ago, when menthol cigarettes were banned from the state of Massachusetts, None of our customers switched from that particular package to what we had to offer, full flavor options. I can say personally, I still see packs of Newport menthol cigarettes in my parking lot. Those are not being sold in Attleboro. They're not being sold in Massachusetts. They're coming from the competition. We expect to see this happen immediately with our neighboring cities. What we also expect to see is a leapfrog effect where local cities, neighboring towns are also going to be doing this vote. And as one by one they ban, it will push this business out of state, not only out of our city and neighboring towns, but out of the state. We anticipate easily tens of thousands of dollars annually from our one location alone on Pleasant Street. There was a similar article brought up about a month and a half ago in the Sun Chronicle regarding sanitary wet wipes. It was a city sewage problem where there was backage, and it was written that it was going to cost taxpayers $10,000. And basically, according to the article, the mayor had a proposed ban on it that he reconsidered. He reconsidered, and he focused his efforts on a federal level for a relabeling issue on the packages. So this would better educate the consumers on what they can and cannot do. What we're asking for is a similar outlook on our current situation. We're asking for him to be the forefront in fighting for that state deposit on these nip containers. As these neighboring towns are building momentum for this battle, why can't Attleboro be the forefront for everyone? What this would do is it would keep the money in the city during a time of economic distress. What we feel would happen is if there was a redemption policy instilled, one, people would be much less likely to be throwing money out the window. And number two, people are going to be picking these up off the streets. You will see people on a weekly basis going around and collecting cans for redemption, even going into people's recycling bins. People are going to want these. People are going to pick these up. We hope that the city council can consider our thoughts on this and act accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from Council Kobus?
Hi, Joshua, can you talk briefly about what percentage of your total sales are from these small shot containers?
I would say at least roughly around 15 to 20% of our sales, but that does not accurately reflect all the liquor stores in Attleboro. We prize ourselves on being slightly different than the competition and the fact that we offer more high-end products. What I can say is you would be amazed at the amount of blue-collar people who do use these products as add-ons at the register. Most people who are coming in for their six-pack are going to some kind of event later on where they're going to have friends around. In a time where you're not going to be sharing bottles and glasses, it's much easier for these convenient packages. A lot of these packages, again, people do use for moderation purposes. It's easier to keep track on what you're consuming and basically gauge yourself accordingly. The issue between this and the other things mentioned in these bans is there is no substitute. There is not going to be a more environmentally friendly package at the same margin where we can make the same sales. So that's why we're asking for not some kind of handcuffing tactic, but the ability to see our side of things.
Thank you.
Any additional, Council DeSimone?
Sure. Mr. DeFronzo, thank you for being here. I just have, did you say that you agree with the fact that the nips, shot bottles, whatever you want to call them, are in fact a litter issue? Can you concede that point?
Absolutely. Like I said, I've grown up in Attleboro. I've walked the streets of downtown. I can see those all the time. It is without a doubt an issue. This tails back the idea of fighting for state redemption, though, because you do not see nearly the amount of single-use beer cans or easy products to redeem for money. So what I hear,
I'm sorry, Mr. DeFronzo.
No, that's all right.
What I hear you saying is that you acknowledge that this is in fact a litter issue, but you're willing to put that issue, in the sake of our environment, in the hands of people who are more likely low income, destitute, homeless, who in fact pick up these redeemable bottles because they have no other source of income. So that's who you want to rely on to clean the environment of these bottles. Am I correct?
Yes, I'm just saying don't underestimate the effectiveness of the deposit and the
But
return
that's-
that you will get on it.
Right, but that's who the Army will be. As you're
Uh,
making money on these snip bottles. I just wanted to be clear. Nothing further.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments from the council? Okay, Joshua, thank you. Number 3, I don't know.
Good evening. My name is Bill Larson, 142 Fairway Drive. Here to speak in opposition to most of the single-use container legislation in front of you. I think we need to kind of look at it from a couple points of view. I think 99 point something people don't throw these issues out on the street. When they're done with them, we put them all in our recycling containers. So if Attleboro goes forward with this, all you're going to do is make me go to the Stop and Shop in North Attleboro so I can get my bottled water, G2, and the rest of all of our groceries. And Stop and Shop in Attleboro on Pleasant Street won't get our sales. With the takeout containers, I think we've all been trying to help the local businesses since everything happened back in the spring, eating a lot more takeout and the rest of all that. I know we have. Again, supporting, trying to help the local businesses that are here in town. Also, an issue, meals in Attleboro have an additional 0.75 tax on them that helps fund a number of things here in the city. I get very concerned when we try to take on what I think can be regulated by the state at a local level. So those are my concerns. And I would hope that this does not come to pass. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Larson? Mr. Kovas?
Are there any of the particular measures that you would be supportive of?
Yeah, I mean, people shouldn't be throwing their balloons up in the air, and mercury, I think we can all decide I think we can all agree is a bad thing for the environment and anybody, short of the people that use it industrial. So, but the food containers and the single-use beverages.
Those are the particular ones you're against.
I mean, I know somebody who works at a liquor store, and until I spent a little more time there with him, I was amazed at the amount of nip bottles that were sold. I mean, it's not how I enjoy my alcohol. But, again, I think, most of the people out there are not throwing them on the side of the road on their way home. I think most of the people are bringing them home, putting them in the recycling bucket. And, maybe it is something that needs to have a deposit on it. I think if that would be the case, that might help the situation also. I understand your concern about the people who are picking them up and the rest of it. And you're right. I'm not going to disagree with you. But I also agree, since the 5 cent went on the cans, we don't see cans on the side of the road anymore. So, I mean, the bottle bill has an effect. So.
Thank you. Any additional questions for Mr. Larson? Laura, Councilor Dolan.
Hi, Mr. Larson. So I'm sorry, could you repeat what you said? You had said something to the effect of that it would hurt businesses as far as the styrofoam and the plastics, but then you said you would shop elsewhere, which would hurt the businesses even more. Is that what you said? Because
right, I personally, I enjoy having single-use water bottles. I enjoy bottles of G2. They're great to have in my golf bag when I'm out golfing. If I can't buy them in Attleboro, I'll go somewhere else and buy them. I think where the businesses will get hurt is if a number of us do something like that, but we also do the rest of our grocery shopping at the same time when we're in a community.
do you agree with any of them? Like, I know you said about the balloons, but what about like the styrofoams and plastics and stuff, or besides the nips and the straws and stuff? Are there any other ones that you would agree with, or?
My daughter and I viciously disagree about straws. I like my straw in my iced coffee, and she wants me to use paper, but that's okay. We can all have different opinions. I think there are more reasonable ways to attack these other than just put bans on things.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions for Mr. Larson? Bill, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Bill.
President Cooper, Kurt Storch of 795 Oak Hill Ave would like to address the council.
Thank you, Mr. Storch. The floor is yours. Kurt, can you hear me?
– Sorry, I was muted. I apologize.
No problem.
Hi, I've been in Attleboro for 40 of my 46 years, and I'm just here to, I'm sorry, I'm a little thrown off with the mute thing. I apologize. I'm here to voice my opposition to the NIPS. I work in the liquor industry currently, and this would really affect the local businesses and myself personally. I know there is a litter issue with the NIPS, but I think as opposed to banning them, if we could just come up with a plan on how to get them recycled and have Attleboro cleaned up. In surrounding towns, I mean, in the towns that you mentioned prior, the mayor, in Chelsea and Falmouth, they've seen a huge and dramatic reduction in sales and the uptick in the other communities surrounding. And it really hasn't helped any of their litter issues. So we do have a problem with litter, but it's something that instead of banning them, I think it's something that we would be better served to think of a way to help clean up the Attleboro as a whole.
Great. Any questions for Mr. Storch at this time from the council? Councilor Delicio and then Council Waterman.
Thank you. Kurt, thanks for coming out tonight. Quick question for you. Do you work in the industry?
I do.
So you have a family here in Attleboro. What would be the economic impact if these NIPS were banned to you personally?
Anywhere from $8,000 to $10,000 a year out of my pay.
So that would be a reduction in pay of $8,000 to $10,000 a year.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. And you were talking about the, helping out. Is it a fair, and I would not ask you to speak on behalf of all of the industry, but was I understanding right, kind of reading between the lines, that the industry would help to clean up in some way, shape?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And last question, President Cooper, if I may. Kurt, if I'm understanding you right, are you saying that this sort of ban on this sort of product should be the last option and not the first?
Absolutely. Thank you. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Council Waterman and then Council DeSimone.
Yes, Kurt, thank you very much for coming.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
Well, pleasure. Can you comment on some of the other items, which I don't think a lot of the people that are talking are really focusing on? For example, the mercury issue, the styrofoam, and the plastic, especially the straws.
Well, the mercury issue, I could speak on it. It seems very bad for the environment. Same with the pesticides. I'm not versed on it. As far as the straws go, I understand there is at least an alternate straws with the cardboard straws. The other single serve items, it seems like it would have a negative economic impact on our town. On our city. There would be a loss of businesses. And I can't remember the gentleman who spoke before me, but it seems as though he makes a valid point where people, when they go shopping for their stuff, say they're going to buy a case of water bottles. If they can't get an Attleboro, they're going to take their shopping elsewhere because they're not going to make a separate trip out of town to get those and then buy other things. So it will have an economic impact negatively on Attleboro.
Do you feel that the styrofoam would also have that negative impact?
I can't speak on that. I'm sorry. I think it probably would, but I can't speak on that.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council DeSimone.
Hi, Mr. Storch. Thank you for coming. I just have a quick question.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
A lot of the people opposing the NIPS have offered to support or sponsor and be involved with the cleanup effort. But I'm wondering where that cleanup effort was prior to the introduction of this ordinance.
I think we've worked with Clean Up Massachusetts, Clean Up America. We just haven't had an opportunity to work with Clean Up Attleboro. This would be a great opportunity for us to come together and figure something out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kurt. Any additional questions or comments? Kurt, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Number 5? Oh, did I skip 4?
This should be number 6.
Hello, good evening. My name is Jack Patel. I'm from Twin Liquor, 827 South Main Street. I own a small liquor store on Main Street. You guys can hear me, right?
Yep.
Yes. So pretty much everything is covered with what people were saying. Everyone knows this is definitely going to affect businesses, and yes, I want to see the earth more greener for my kids and my grandkids. I completely agree with you, but banning never solved anything. We just ban a menthol cigarette, and yet people still smoke a menthol cigarette in Attleboro. Not only in Attleboro, entire Massachusetts. If you ask anyone in Rhode Island border or New Hampshire border business owner that what is going on there, all our businesses has gone there. I'm not greedy for money or anything, but it's just that we're the one who's taking all the burdens, and the other peoples are getting gain out of it. If there is a guarantee that there will be no nips or straws or plastic bottles on the street of Attleboro, I'm okay with that. But if you still see those litter and we're the one who's gonna lose money on it, how is it fair? My only point, I want to see every plastic is banned. I definitely agree with that even I don't use a plastic bottle. I try to use less plastic bottle as I can. Nobody in my house use a plastic bag. We all have a paper bags and stuff, right? And we all try to do the best we can. But banning is never solved anything. I don't know whether it's an ego issue or stuff, but when you tell those adults that you can't do this, they all tell us, we're like, okay, I'll go down the street. And it's just not fair to us. You know, it's not about the money or anything. It's just that we're the only one who's getting suffered. That's it. It's just not fair. You know, just because we're small people, just because we cannot fight to bigger companies and stuff, and we don't have that much budget that we can totally change our business to elsewhere. Yes, eventually might be people forget about the nips and go to the little bit bigger bottles and stuff. But until then, we're the one, I don't think all of us will be able to survive. And I'm not talking about only for my business. I'm talking about the entire liquor industry in the Attleboro. Like nobody ever come to our shops and see how we do it, what we're doing. And the other thing that Mayor addressed, that teenagers, which makes me really upset, that we do every single thing to make sure that no alcohol sell to underage. And yet we get the blame. I don't know how they get it, but it's definitely not from my shop. I've been here for 2 years and we only get a good reviews from our customers, nothing else. Other thing I want to address is that we're trying to do the best we can with this issue, right? We always tell our customers, you know, if you're buying a 10 nips at the time, why don't you buy a bigger bottle? It saves you money. Our customers always say, this limits my drinking. Now, whether he's telling truth or not, but he says, this limits my drinking. If I get a bigger bottle, I'll finish it today. I'd rather have a 10 nips. Maybe I'll just drink 5 today. I don't know if it's true or not, but we get comments like that. So I was just wondering that, you know, before, not from business perspective and stuff, but just just think about it. What is it that's going on?
Thank you, Council Blair.
Thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you.
I frequented your store on a couple of occasions, very nicely run. What percentage do you think roughly your nip sales are?
I don't have the exact number, but it will be definitely between 15 to 20%. Also, one thing I like to address is when you mentioned that if we add the deposits on the bottles, only the homeless people and the poor guys will pick it up. That's not true. I have a customer who buying a $200 bottle and who purchases a 6-pack bottle. He will still bring those 6 bottles, not to make 30 cents out of it, but just because he knows that's his responsibility to bring those back so it won't go on the street. I think the education is the only way to do it. I mean, if the banning would have worked, then we wouldn't have a cannabis shop open up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council Blair.
You would be in favor of putting a return policy on the NIPS then?
Correct. Yes. I mean, it's going to affect our, it's going to cost a little bit of money, but I'm in favor of that. I'm not in favor of banning anything. If you keep banning stuff, I mean, there is no end. We all know how much soda is bad for us. We all know how coffee is bad for us, right? But we still drink those things every single day. We all know that alcohol is bad for us. Smoking is bad for us. Everything, 80% of things we do a day is not good for our body, but we're still doing it.
Thank you. Council DeSimone.
Mr. Patel, would you be in favor of funding an education program there to educate consumers about the danger of alcohol?
Yes, we all doing that. We all make sure that even in our training, they teach us that if you see a customer who's not feeling well, who's repeatedly visiting your shop, you keep eye on that or inform the police or someone that is doing it more than that. So many times we have refused to sell our regular customers, and a couple of times my partner gave a ride to those persons who thinks that they're not willing to drive or anything. I mean, we are a neighborhood store. We don't get we're not on Route 1 where we get random customers. Every day our customers are regular and stuff. My partner who's there every day, he pretty much know 80% of customer by name. So we are in this community actively, and we try our best to, do what we can do. But I'm just opposed of banning. If you have any other alternate, and yes, I would love to see this world without plastic, and definitely, but unfortunately, banning is not a solution. Big corporate world, they come up with the loopholes and stuff, and they're still making those plastic bottles. And we're the one who's not able to sell it. And it's not like that nobody's selling it. It's just us, 10 or 15 businesses who are banning. I mean, it's just not fair,
Any additional questions from the council? Thank you, Mr. Patel.
Thank you.
President Cooper, Clint Richmond of the Sierra Club would like to address the council.
Okay. Mr.
Good
Richmond,
evening.
can
Thank
you
you
hear
very
us?
much. My name is Clint Richmond, and I serve as the policy lead on toxics, plastics, and solid waste for the Massachusetts Sierra Club. And I've been working on this issue since 2012, in the very first bag ban. Many of these products, I'm here to strongly endorse the broad approach being proposed by Attleboro to address the many products and materials that are harmful to human health and the environment. Most of these products, such as balloons, microbeads, straws, utensils, and polystyrene foam, cannot be recycled at all. Now is the time for these ordinances, because COVID is generating more waste and litter than ever, and that no one now wants to pick up because they don't want to get sick. All plastics rely on fracked gas and oil. These lightweight synthetic materials do not biodegrade and become permanent litter and eventually microplastics. And the microplastics return to us in our food and rainfall and in the air we breathe. We are living in a toxic stew of chemicals, many of which are not revealed as ingredients or contaminants. Maybe like me, you have had family members with cancer. Last year, the city of Attleboro passed a strong plastic bag ordinance. Bags are numerous and highly visible, but a bag law by itself is clearly not enough to address the problem of pervasive plastic pollution. Most communities begin with bags and extend them as is being proposed here. And I want to stress that these different classes of items represent millions of items per month for the city of Attleboro. right? It's 1 million bags per month, and it's similar for all the other items as well. So there's too many for volunteer cleanups, and we can't afford to pay municipal workers to clean up after our citizens or our visitors. And we've had litter education for decades, and look where we are. Similar laws to these have been successfully implemented in communities in Massachusetts and other states. They have not regretted passing them. The language comes from these and proposed state laws. Passage here will lead to passage elsewhere in the Commonwealth and ultimately at the State House. And I will note that the beverage industry has fought deposits every single time. So I'm not holding my breath on that one. And these ordinances will encourage a return to traditional, more natural, less toxic alternatives that are compostable and more recyclable. We want to encourage reusable options like water bottles as much as possible. All of these alternatives will help reduce the increasing cost of disposal that is being unfairly borne by our cities and towns. We urge the council to vote for a cleaner Attleboro with these ordinances. I'm also here to offer any technical support services of our local and national staff experts, if that would be helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions from Mr. Richmond? Clint, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is CJ Wiley of 82 Westwood Park Circle. I'm here today to strongly oppose the city's contemplated ban on the sale of plastic 50 milliliters bottles of alcohol. As an employee of an alcohol distributor, I'm obviously concerned about the economic impact on my customers, my employees, my employer, and my family. As a resident of Attleboro for 30 years, I very much understand the problem that is created when consumers throw these bottles on the ground rather than in a recycle bin. Our industry, including the liquor store owners and distilleries, is supporting a campaign to address this very concern. A ban on 50 milliliters will not change people's behaviors, nor will it prevent these bottles from ending up in our streets. This can only be achieved through consumer education and a commitment for an aggressive recycling program. From an economic perspective, I'm worried that such a ban will harm local businesses during a time where they need support, not additional challenges. 50 milliliters are a profitable item for liquor stores. This loss of revenue stream is not something that can be easily replaced. This ban will cut the revenue for 8 of our local businesses by 20 to 30% during one of the hardest times we have ever had to endure as a society. The financial impact will resonate through our industry and the city, affecting both my employer and therefore me and my family. Meanwhile, the environmental issues surrounding plastic containers will not disappear. Bans will do little to change litter behavior, which is a pervasive societal problem and not a packaging issue. Fast food packaging, cigarette butts, single-serve candy, chip and snack packaging, and more recently, masks and gloves are commonly found in litter, yet the proposed ban only targets these small spirit containers. I ask the council to please reconsider the proposed ban on the 50 milliliters and look for alternative methods to addressing the concerns. Rather than just punishing our small businesses, which we so desperately need in this city, let the industry work together and help clean the city up. Thank you for your attention in this important matter, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. CJ, what's your address?
82 Westwood Park Circle.
It's a great house.
It is.
It was mine.
I
know. Did you get that?
No.
82 Westwood Park Circle.
Westwood Park.
Yeah. Councilor Blair.
What, you work in the industry?
Yes, sir. 10 years.
You're a salesman, liquor salesman?
Yes.
Okay. What percentage of your sales, how would this affect you financially?
Just due to COVID alone, just to COVID alone, never mind a ban, I am at 48% of what I did last year.
Really?
So, yes. Only so 48%. So people saying that people, we always thought this was a recession-proof industry. It's not pandemic-proof. So now we are 100% sales commission. For now, I'm already down. So we've lost 52% of my revenue. This will only take another 20% out of that as well.
So biggest part of your revenue comes from restaurants and bars and whatnot.
Yes, that restaurants, bars, liquor stores, everything, anything that has an alcohol license.
Your liquor stores, you found your liquor stores, their volume has dropped also?
There was a spike in March and April, but it has definitely gone down.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Councilor
Simone. So what you just said is contrary to what I understood about liquor sales in this time of the pandemic, at least from the store perspective. I understand you're at a different level.
Yep.
I heard that liquor sales were through the roof, and I mean hundreds of percent above
At one point, yes.
Mhm.
Has that been sustained since from quarantine till today? Absolutely not.
Are they still up?
Are they still up? Depends on the store. Every store is different.
How much would you be willing to contribute to an education fund to warn people about the dangers of alcohol and litter and the production of the plastic used to make these bottles? What do you want to kick in?
Anything I can do personally. I know our company is one of the largest distributors in the entire state and the country itself. We have plenty of programs. I know we are based in Taunton. We have volunteer programs. We've done a lot for the city of Taunton. We've only been there for about 2.5, 3 years now, but we're willing to branch out. We think this is a huge problem and we want to be on the forefront because we are the forefront of this problem.
I'm just wondering why this wasn't offered before the ban was proposed.
We're only so many people.
Point of order.
Yeah, who was that? I don't.
Counselor Holmes, we're getting off topic a little bit.
So what's your point, Council Holmes?
We're not talking about other options for what's going to be offered for picking up litter or anything like that. This is about the ordinance.
Yeah, and I respectfully don't think we should be asking what a member of the public is willing to contribute to personally to a fund. I think we should
Fair.
sort that out.
Fair. And I apologize, sir. I did not mean individually. I meant in terms of professionally, but
I mean, even to speak for the organization, I don't know if he
fair
has
point,
the.
Mr. President.
As a resident of Attleboro, I want to do everything that I physically can while it's, still providing for my family.
I meant
I
industry. I
do
did
think
not mean
though that
Mr.
that's an important point to take them up on their offer that they put in the newspaper to play part of Clean Up Attleboro or whatever it is they propose. So CJ, any other questions for Mr. Wiley at this time? CJ, thank you.
Thank you so much.
President Cooper Stefan Harris of 36 Smith Street would like to.
Thank you.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
I can. Thank you.
Great. I'd like to come out against all of the mayor's proposals. Specifically, I'd like to speak about the water bottle proposal, as well as the NIPS. I'll start with the water. According to the Environmental Working Group, our town water contains 255 times the limit for bromodichloromethane. The possible effect of that is cancer. 69 times the amount of chloroform, which also causes cancer. 119 times the amount of trichloroacetate, and 356 times sorry about my pronunciation of these, it's been a while, halomethanes. It also contains 12 times the radium. Water filters can get some of this out, but not all of it. Actually, for some of them, there isn't a way to filter it out. That is why I'm completely against the mayor's ban on water bottles. Until we can fix our town water supply, I think that should even be a proposal. In regards to the nip bottles, as far as I know, littering is already banned. I don't see a reason to further hurt the business owners of Attleboro.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Harris? Councilor Cobus, thank you.
I am not familiar with that data, so if you could send that to us, I'd love to see what you're referring to.
Sure, it's ewr.org. You just type in your town zip code and it will tell you all the contaminants that are detected in the water.
Okay.
Any additional questions for Mr. Harris? Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Harris. And we'll go on to I think the last person in the council chamber.
Oh, wow. Well, good evening, members of the council. My name is Amber Dutra-Wiley of 82 Westwood Park Circle. And I stand before you today to state my opposition for the city's considered ban on the sale of plastic 50 milliliter bottles of alcohol. As a resident of Attleboro and a beverage distributor employee myself, I'm understandably troubled by the economic impact this ban will have, not only on local businesses, but also my family and employer. From an economic perspective, it is worrisome that such a ban will harm local businesses during a time when they need our support, not additional hardships. 50 milliliter bottle sales roughly sales represent roughly 20 to 30%, depending on the store, of annual revenue for 8 of our local liquor stores, which is a crucial revenue stream that cannot be easily replaced. If the ban proceeds as presented, the doom and gloom mentioned earlier will in fact become a reality for some members of our community. There will be dire financial impacts on the employees of said retailers, especially during the unparalleled times that COVID-19 has brought to light this year. The proposed ban on 50 milliliter bottles may be the difference between friends, neighbors, or even relatives maintaining their current employment status, as well as health benefits during a global pandemic. The financial impact will reverberate through the industry, affecting my neighbors, friends, employers, and my family. From an environmental perspective, I do understand 50 milliliter bottles pose a threat to the aesthetic value and health of our great city. It would be wrong of me to deny this fact. I must, however, point out that 50 milliliter bottles are neither the sole nor leading source of litter in Attleboro. Prohibiting the sale of 50 milliliter bottles will not solve the littering situation that has been plaguing our city. Rather, we should focus our efforts on the root of our cause for concern and reinforce an anti-litter mentality amongst residents of all ages by implementing community-driven solutions aiming to keep our clean. After all, futures truly do begin with education. After doing some quick research over the past couple of weeks, it became evident that we do in fact have local resources that can assist with reaching our goal. Now, we even have a local chapter of Keep America Beautiful right here in Attleboro, as well as local Boy and Girl Scout troops who are able to earn merit for organizing community cleanup events. With a population of over 40,000 residents in various organizations looking to keep our city clean, I do find it hard to believe that banning 50 milliliter bottles is the only way that we can achieve our goals to limit litter in the city. Now, this all being said, a ban on these 50 milliliter bottles simply will not change people's tendencies to litter, nor will it prevent these bottles from ending up on our streets and sidewalk. Only we as a community can do this through means of consumer education and a commitment to an aggressive recycling program. To touch base about statements made earlier about, recycling cans and will a deposit work, I can speak for my household, my family, and personally say that we do collect our cans and bottles. We have actually cans for college kind of fund running on in our house. We're expecting a future Attleboro voter. And we collect our cans and bottles from my in-laws, from my folks who live in Taunton, from some of our neighbors. And, it kind of incentivizes the idea that not only are we keeping the environment clean, but we're also putting it back into another cause that will hopefully help educate somebody to do something better and something greater with their lives as they grow. And I'm from Taunton and I love living in Attleboro. And I really, truly hope that my family stays in the city and want it to be clean. So, simply stated, the proposed ban on 50 milliliter bottles will not achieve its intended goals. And the demand for 50 milliliter bottles will not disappear, and consumers will purchase these items in neighboring towns. Not only will this cause our local businesses to endure the economic burden of this decision, but it also does not guarantee a decline in the litter of our city. And kind of to piggyback on CJ's points earlier about getting involved in the community, at the distributor that we work for, I was actually one of the founding members of our community leadership volunteer board. I do have a background in philanthropic efforts, did a program at Georgetown University, and worked for a rather large nonprofit called Kaboom based out of DC, where we focused on building playgrounds and keeping communities safe. And the ideals that Kaboom had was you invest in your community by teaching your community members how important it is to become invested in these causes to make sure that you can sustain a clean and healthy environment for children to grow older, become adults, and raise their children in said communities. And I truly think that if we come together and work as a community, not just a city, that we can promote cleanliness and the safety and realistically promote recycling, not necessarily by banning these 50 milliliters, but implementing educational resources. So I ask the board to please consider the proposed ban on 50 milliliter bottles and look for alternative methods to address the concerns. And I do thank you kindly for your attention tonight. Yes.
I just have a quick question. Thank you for coming and thank you for your involvement in the community. But
of course,
are you proposing that people are throwing the bottles out because there's not a deposit on them?
No, not at all.
So the distinction between the nip bottles and cans is what then?
Whether it's a convenience factor, I know myself, if I purchase 50 milliliter bottles lately, it's been for holiday gifts. I'm obviously not consuming alcohol right now, but it's more of a novelty factor or a controlled consumption, and I don't litter. And whether people do or not, it comes down to, how many businesses right now no longer offer trash or recycling receptacles because of the current COVID situation? So we're limiting resources for people to properly dispose of said plastic containers. I obviously can't control what people do with their own personal purchases. If there is a deposit on there, I can tell you that my household and a handful of other households will in fact be recycling those. And if you've ever been to Yankee on a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, like myself, and you'd like to redeem your bottles and cans, you can wait upwards of an hour because there are that many people recycling that many receptacles. Not receptacles, cans or bottles, to do whatever they want to do with those redeemed deposits. And I truly wholeheartedly believe that if there is a deposit, you might be surprised at the results of less litter.
I just don't understand that connection. And so you think that if there's a deposit, the people who are already throwing them out the window for some other reason will cease doing that and then take them home and recycle. That's what you're suggesting.
I wouldn't be surprised if that was the outcome.
I just wanted to be clear. All right, thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you.
President Cooper, Ray Roy of 628 Washington Street would like to address the council.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Mr. Roy, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Good evening, council. Thank you for having me. My name is Ray Roy. I am the general manager at Yankee Spirits on 628 Washington Street in Attleboro. And I just wanted to voice my opinion about how I am strongly opposed to the banning of 50 milliliter bottles in the city. As a lot of people already pointed out, all that will do is drive business out of the city to surrounding towns, cities, and even states. I've even had customers tell me that if we can't sell them, that they'll just go to Pawtucket and Providence and North Attleboro and make their purchases there, which is just going to take money out of the local businesses' pockets and, obviously the city of Attleboro. I do understand that there is a problem with litter, and it's not just 50 ml bottles. I also see fast food containers all over the place. I see cigarette butts all over the place. Unfortunately, people that litter are just going to litter, and I think we have to educate people as far as that goes. But one thing I do want to point out is that for the 10 years that I've been the general manager over at Yankee, the thing that I am the most proud of is we are the largest redemption center not only in Massachusetts but in New England. So we really do feel like we do our part to try to keep the city clean. And if that it has to include 50 ml bottles, we will be glad to also take those along with the cans and bottles that we already take.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Roy? I see Councilor Conti's hand.
Ray, can you hear me, Ray?
I can.
So, Ray, I've been in your store. You have an outstanding wine selection, by the way.
Thank you.
And your floor space is predominantly for larger volume sales. What is the percentage in South Attleboro of your annual sales in nips?
I would say that it's about 5 to 10% of our annual sales. But it's also, it's an impulse buy for us, and it's a great way for the consumer to be able to try something new, a new product that they don't want to spend the money to buy, a 750 milliliter or a 175. A lot of people use them that are cooking. It's a great alternative to, having to pour your own measured pour. A lot of people use it because it is a perfect pour for a drink. And it's easier for them. So there's definitely a lot of benefits to our customers for selling these.
So, Ray, would you say that holds true for the other Yankee Spirit stores in Swansea and Sturbridge as well, in terms of percentage?
Yeah, I would say probably about the same amount.
Thank you, Ray. And thank you, Mr. President. That concludes my question.
Thank you.
Any additional, Council Delicio?
Thank you. Mr. Roy, thanks for coming out tonight. So there's been a lot of discussion about who in particular buys these shot bottles or the nips. In your experience, can you talk me, is there one demographic other than the other? What's the demographics of those who purchase these products?
There's not really a demographic that I see. I mean, you've got every you've got 70-year-old people that buy nips, like I said, because they use them for cooking. You have the 35-year-old female that might want to buy them because she's dieting and she only wants to have a certain amount that they put in their drink. You have people that buy them for Christmas gifts and birthday gifts. So there's not really, I wouldn't look at one certain person and go, oh, they're going to buy a nip today. It's definitely a variety of people that are purchasing them.
So it would be misleading, in your opinion, to paint with a broad brush as to a certain demographic that purchases these products?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions from the council? Mr. Roy, thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
President Cooper, Dr. Madhavi Venkateswaran would like to address the council.
Hi, good evening. My name is Madhavi Venkatesan. I'm here speaking on behalf of Sustainable Practices. We are the initiating nonprofit organization on Cape Cod that passed a municipal plastic bottle ban, and right now we're in the midst of passing a commercial single-use plastic water bottle ban. It's passed in 6 towns, over 7 town meetings to date, and those meetings started in September. I'm hoping that I could answer some questions for you if you have any. But one thing I'd like to state very clearly is when we started this whole process, first of all, I'm an economist. So as an economist, and I teach at Northeastern, I instituted what we consider a life cycle assessment process in which we talk about the reduction of single-use plastic water bottles. As your mayor pointed out very clearly, single-use plastic water bottles are a convenience-based product coming out of the petroleum industry at a time when we know that greenhouse gas emissions are an area of concern, to put it very lightly. By 2050, at very minimum, at the rate of plastic consumption presently, they will be 20% of the greenhouse gas footprint. That's number one. Then number two, as we move past just the production process and go to the actual use of the product for human ingestion purposes, over the last 40 years, as plastic has become much more ubiquitous in its use for foods, we've seen an increased incidence in the direct relationship between plastic use and endocrine disruption, autoimmune disease, ADHD, infertility problems, cardiovascular disease, and obesity. We've normalized this over time, so most of us may not have necessarily been paying attention, but I do think it's a reason to have for pause to wonder why we see so many incidences of illness. And finally, when we look at disposal, disposal is basically threefold, and one of which I'd like to talk a little bit more about. You have disposal through landfills, you have disposal through incineration, and then there's been a lot of talk tonight about recycling. In 2017, China instituted a national sword policy, which sees the majority of our plastic is not recycled because it has no market. Majority of it today is being incinerated or landfilled, and has been noted already that plastic only will photodegrade, which means when it's buried, it's actually going to become a contaminant to ground. Water, potentially, if it even gets that far. Otherwise, it'll stay in the state that it's in. Otherwise, it could potentially photodegrade into tiny little particles that will affect all kinds of life that we don't even completely understand. But when we talk about incineration, we're converting this plastic into basically a carcinogenic substance that we're breathing and not even recognizing because we don't see it. So when you take all those life cycle costs and you actually look at the true economics, which is not just about the financials, but also the qualitative impacts, the price of these products far exceeds the market value that you're looking at today. We are subsidizing our product use with our future health and the well-being of our environment. And that, to me, like your mayor noted, is a moral issue. But even if you don't want to look at it from a moral issue, from the standpoint of leadership in a community, it seems like that should be the basis for making a decision. What are the total costs relative to the total benefits of the use of these products? Can we let a short-term blip in revenue be a basis for why we would contaminate the air we breathe, the water we drink, and the food we eat, not only in the present, but in the long term? We have to have some education with regard to understanding that we need to pick up the paper and read. These are not issues that people have to be educated on, specifically in Attleboro or any community. They are global. On a worldwide scale, there are articles every single day that are talking specifically about the plastic issue, not only in Attleboro or on the Cape, but everywhere, and how it's impacting all of us. This is a global commons issue. And the idea of thinking that somehow we should pass the buck to some other community because we don't want to make a stand actually states a lot about the people who are saying that. They're basically saying that their revenue generation today is worth the health and environmental consequences to others today and tomorrow. And perhaps they're not really thinking about this completely, because I believe if they were, they wouldn't think that that was necessarily true. On the Cape, we had some pushback from business as well, but businesses recognize that they are also members of the community. We all pay tax dollars for the disposal and removal of plastic, which will eventually be incinerated or landfilled. As I mentioned, very little of it is recycled, and to think that recycling is somehow going to be the magic salve for this problem is really putting our head in the sand. The only reason why recycling was ever invented was for the industry to continue to make a product so that it could continue to make a profit. The fact that at the 11th hour, you're hearing, oh, we'll come and help, means that it's an 11th hour issue only because they're feeling like they have to say something. So I really hope that you will consider what you have in terms of making a decision today is more important than what you may think. It is actually making an impact, a historical impact, that's saying on the grassroots level, we will no longer tolerate products that are adverse to our health. And as leaders in the community, you're going to make that stand. I really urge you to think very carefully about these opportunities that you have. I look at them purely as opportunities. Every change is uncomfortable. But the fact, if it was easy to make, it probably wouldn't be so worthwhile to make. So I really hope that you will consider why this whole life cycle impact should be addressed when you look at a ban. And bans do work, by the way. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, Councillor DeSimone, and then Councillor Conti.
Thank you. Dr. Venkateswaran, thank you very much for being here. Thank you for your expertise. Your PhDs in economics, did you say?
Yes.
Yes, okay. I don't have a PhD in economics, but I just want you to affirm what I think you're saying, which is that the long-term cost to our health and that of the planet for these plastic bottles exceeds tremendously the cost to businesses. Is that true?
Yes, I think we're weighing putting the short-term benefits over the long-term costs. And that's exactly right. Yes.
Thank you. I thought so. Thank you very much.
Any additional questions? I'm sorry, Richard. Councillor Conti.
Thank you, Mr. President.
With that background to see your head and
that's how I'll do this. So, Doctor, a couple of things you said sparked some thinking in me that I'd like for you to elaborate on, if you would. You were saying that there are articles every day on how plastics are harming our environment, and that education, I guess I should ask you the question, do you think that education on plastics is at the highest level that it's ever been?
I would say that ever since the United Nations has come out with a very clear-cut statement about plastic reduction, and then you've seen over the course of the last few years, the European Union, as well as India, as well as China and other countries, acknowledging and affirming the need to reduce convenience-based consumption. I would say that would mean that, yes, education and knowledge about this issue for those looking to learn about global issues is easily accessible.
So if that's the case, Doctor, then why isn't there a change in the market for plastics? As we all learn that we're harming our planet, why aren't we changing our behavior?
Well, there are two reasons for that. First of all, in the United States, and I really appreciate you giving me the opportunity to speak to this. In the United States, the issue becomes the fragmentation of the consumer base. So what I mean by that is each consumer is behaving on their own. We're not necessarily, just because people may be sustainably minded, They don't necessarily have a group that they can work with that have the power of demand to change the way the consumption goods are provided to them. That's number one. Number two, in this country, marketing works, and Keep America Beautiful is an outcome of the corporations, the industry. Coca-Cola is one of the primary backers, the founders of this entity. And instead of researching to find out who are the corporations that some of these entities are representing, we assume that somehow because they exist, that that's a salve. We have learned to be marketed to for so long, and the difference between a public good marketing and a corporate marketing scheme is that corporations have a lot of PR money. Municipalities don't. They can only tell you that this is the right thing to do, and they have to hope that on an individual level you educate yourself enough to be able to understand. We don't have the multi-channel, multi-prong approach because we don't make money off of people, right? A municipality exists to protect the public interest. So your question in terms of why is this continuing to happen is because I believe for the most part, majority of people, unfortunately in the US, are not educated about the adverse impacts of plastic because they don't necessarily look to be educated. And this is not just the only issue that that's true for, it's a multitude of issues. And that has a lot more to do with our marketing to our own gratuitous nature. We've sort of bought into a whole economic scheme that says our individual values of what we decide as important and help us in terms of our self-gratification are more important. So you're talking about a bigger cultural shift. And I'm talking about one mechanism to help sort of change that cultural shift or help promote that cultural shift.
Well, so thank you, Doctor. This is a challenge for the council. This ordinance is it's difficult to be considering this. So I appreciate your comments. It's given me a lot to think about, and I appreciate you coming tonight and speaking to the council.
Mr. Conti, may I make one other comment?
Please do.
The towns that just recently passed this ban, which is a commercial single-use plastic water bottle ban, which eliminates the retail sale of single-use plastic water bottles of less than 1 gallon of non-carbonated, non-flavored drinking water. It'll go into effect in September of 2021. Include Brewster, Wellfleet, Falmouth, Provincetown, Eastham, and Harwich to date. We have a few more town meetings to go, and we'll be also soliciting towns going forward into the spring that we didn't get. Our goal is Cape-wide, all 15 towns. Now, one thing I wanted just to point out is we did non-flavored, non-carbonated drinking water because there is a substitute, which has been alluded to, which is using a reusable. And I know someone did come on the phone and talk about the municipal water, but the one counter I would say is there is no ingredient label on your bottled water. So you don't know where it's coming from. And let's not forget a few of the contamination issues that made national news just a few months ago, including one bottler of water in New Hampshire. When you're drinking your town's municipal water, you are covered under the Safe Drinking Water Act. And on top of it, it is your municipality, which means that you have an opportunity to actually create an increased quality control within your community. You can't control bottled water. That's number one. Number two, and most importantly, we are looking to eliminate the container, not the beverage. So the beverage could be available through water refill stations, but it can also be available through cans. And cans can be completely recycled into new aluminum cans. So why would you advocate only for a product to come in a container that first of all is going to leach and cause health problems and then has additional problems at disposal and is also a petroleum-based product when you could have an alternative if convenience is absolutely necessary that gets made into a new aluminum can? The other
Thank you,
thing,
Doctor.
yeah, one last comment there about the plastic too. One thing to take in consideration, when recycled plastic does enter the system, it becomes typically downcycled. So that's also another way it enters into your water system because of clothing fibers. But I'm sure that you all can read more about this. And if we could ever be of assistance to you, we would be happy to. The organization is Sustainable Practices and we're located on Cape Cod. So thank you. If you have any other questions, please let me know. Otherwise, I will continue just to listen in.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments? Thank you very much.
President Cooper, Melanie Lamaris of 63 Bayberry Hill Road would like to address the council.
Okay.
Hi there. Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Believe it or not, I don't have anything to say about nip bottles. So I guess I might be the only one wanting to talk about the neonicotinoids, which is the pesticide that is sprayed in Attleboro. And I just wanted to say that I am a beekeeper, and I would like to vote. I'll put my opinion forth to ban these. There are 8 different chemicals that are commercially available around the towns, and it attacks the nervous system. And I got into beekeeping many years ago because I saw a huge influx in colon cancer. I'm a medical device sales rep, and I am in all of the hospitals around here in New England. And I could see in the cancer centers there was a massive surge of colon cancer. And I said, wow, that's kind of crazy, seeing as we're all eating so much more healthy. And I started looking into those neonicotinoids, and I realized how severely damaging they were to the human body, and that they were causing cancer due to the fact that we're actually spraying this pesticides onto the seed. So every part of a flower or a plant or a tomato or a lettuce has the insecticide actually in it. And therefore, I would like to just say that this is affecting the nervous system of the bees, the bumblebees, our birds. We are very lucky in Attleboro to have so many beautiful flowering trees that have been around for almost 100 years here when Attleboro first became this great city. And so our bees are very happy. Our bees travel up to about 5 miles if they have to. They collect pollen, which is their protein, and they collect nectar, which makes the honey. Now, I have a honey stand, and we call it the A-Town Bees, and I have a big following of people that have cancer, that get sore throats from their chemo and their radiation, all the kind of illnesses and allergies. And these people take this honey, which we call pure honey. It's just taken from the hives. I live right across from Locust Valley Golf Course. And we pour it, we filter it into a bottle, and I call that pure honey. I can't call that pure honey when this has got all these cancer-causing agents in the honey from the insecticides. So obviously my neighbors are fantastic and do not use pesticides, but you know, if my bees are traveling around and people are spraying, then they are going to get the pollen and the nectar. It causes severe, it attacks the nervous system. So basically the bees cannot function. They have no memory. They can't remember what plant or flower they need to go to. And they can't see color because they are blinded. They get colorblind. It increases the mortality. Our bumblebees, if you've seen, you're lucky to see bumblebees in your yard anymore. 1/3 of the bumblebees are in decline. Our birds are dying from eating the seeds that are in there. We notice that our hives, if our bees visit cornfields or anywhere like that, then we have a sudden death of, you can go the next day and find 75,000 bees completely dead because they have come in contact with this pesticide. So it's a big issue. I know it wasn't one of the biggest issues today that everyone wanted to talk about, but it definitely is affecting the bees and the city of Attleboro, and it's also a cancer-causing agent that we certainly don't want our children or ourselves breathing in. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
President Cooper, Charlie Adler of 24th Street would like to address the council.
Mr. Adler, hello.
Hello, President Cooper. President Cooper, I do have a exhibit I would like to show if it's possible to turn on my camera.
What's it related to?
Converted to a panelist so that he can show.
Okay.
Okay. Humans do not have any special favored status with Mother Nature. She will not cut us any slack because we say that cutting down on plastic waste is bad for the economy. In fact, we learn time and time again that dumping our waste in the environment is always bad for the economy in the long run. Attleboro, with its many brownfields, is a prime example of the costly folly of short-term thinking. Heaven forbid that we humans should have to sacrifice convenience or novelty shopping for the long-term good of our planet, our home, our town. On Saturday, I subsidized the life cycle cost of 51 nip bottles, subsidized the profits of the plastics industry by spending a half hour picking up these bottles in the woods. I'm the chair of property management for the Attleboro Land Trust, and I'm just speaking on my own, not for the organization, but I organize cleanups for our nature preserves in Attleboro. And on Saturday, we were at the Coleman Reservation on Steer Street. And here's my contribution to the plastics industry. I picked up these 51 nip bottles on Saturday in an area of about 40 feet long, just outside the fence on the side of the parking area at the Coleman Reservation. And I noticed lots more nip bottles along the street, down the street from the entrance to the preserve as well. So contrary to what someone else said, I found this to be the most predominant form of litter in that area. I do hope that this ordinance and all the ordinances that have been proposed will be adopted by the council. This represents not only a litter issue, and litter can be annoying, but it's not just the littering, it's the permanent dangers of putting more plastic into the environment, as was noted by one of the previous speakers. I think that's all I have to say tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Charlie, I just have one question for you. At the, is there any trash and or recycling bins at the reservation you were walking in? Is there any way to throw things away, or is it take what you bring?
Everyone's expected to take what they bring. In fact, I think most of this activity goes on at night, and we have a sign saying, well, actually, no, we don't have a sign at that particular location. Well, we do, but it's maybe you can't see it at night, but our properties are all closed from dusk to dawn. So the people who are coming at that time of night are not welcome to begin with. But I don't think they're there to hike. They're there to drink, apparently.
Yeah, and the reason I asked that, Charlie, was because at the Manchester Reservoir, the area up at the top, when former Vice President Preeker and I visited there, there was trash and litter everywhere. And a lot of people had said the same thing, that they came out when they went walking their dog and riding their bike and that kind of thing, that they would bring the trash out. And Mayor Dumas at the time put a trash barrel there that the water department, I believe, empties on a regular basis. And that certainly helped with the trash. I just didn't know if this particular location had that. So thank you for that.
Yeah, no, we're an all-volunteer organization, so we really aren't equipped to provide that kind of service, and we really feel that the ethics should be, carried in, carried out, not that we pick up after people or take their trash and dispose of it for them.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you. Any additional questions? Charlie, thank you very much.
Thank you.
President Cooper, Barbara Clark of 24th Street would like to address the council.
Well, I'll just trade places with Charlie.
Great.
This is what I picked up along the road at the Coleman Reservation on Saturday, but I didn't have time to clean mine yet, but I will, and then they'll be recycled. But I resent having to pick up other people's trash, of course, because it just makes sense that nobody's going to pick up after you. You've got to take responsibility for that yourself. Last year, I have these lids from they're aluminum, so they're going to get recycled sometime from the nips that had the aluminum lids. Most of them have plastic lids. And of course, as other people have said, there really is no such thing as plastic recycling. It's really a lie that the petroleum industry foisted on the public and knew that it wasn't going to be viable. And somebody said, oh, you know, the bottle bill has helped to cut down on trash. But this I found along the side of the road, both sides of the road, by the Coleman and the Vaughn property. And I really appreciate a clean environment. And I just wish everybody else did. There was a comment about the takeout containers and the styrofoam containers. I wish restaurants would encourage people to bring their own containers. This kind of a plastic container that you get at a Chinese restaurant or other restaurants is perfect. We take them with us to the restaurant. We put our leftovers in them. And the servers are always amazed that, wow, you ate all that? No, we take home our leftovers in containers. So we don't have to use styrofoam containers that are objectionable. So my concern is, as a parent and a grandparent, for all of the children who are going to come after us, the planet that they are going to have to occupy. And I think that health of the planet should outweigh things in the economy, because without a healthy planet, without a livable planet, there is no economy. So I guess that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Dolan has a question for you.
Hi, Barbara. Can you hear me?
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilor who?
Dolan. Laura.
Oh, yes. Okay, Councilor Dolan. Yes. Sorry, I didn't get your name.
I wish I had a picture of all, because I do the Keep Attleboro Beautiful every year, and I wish I had a picture of the hundreds of nip bottles that I've picked up as well. But I really don't have a question. I just want to thank you and Charlie for everything you do for our city, because you two are tireless, and I appreciate everything you do and every piece of trash you pick up. And you both are a gem, and I thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Councilor Kobus.
I just had a quick question, Barbara, and echo Councilor Dolan's comments there. But so the nip bottles that you held up, did you try to count those? Do you have a rough count of how many that was?
Well, I think it's probably more than Charlie picked up in one area.
Over 100 bottles that you guys picked up on Saturday?
I'm sorry, well,
So Charlie had 55, I think. So between the two of
51.
you,
So there might be 51 in here, I'm not sure. So about 100, I would guess. Yeah.
thank you. I was just curious. And that was in one location.
Yes, it's really so unfortunate that the properties, the land trust properties, conservation land is treated as a dumping ground. So,
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you. Any additional questions, Councilor Waterman?
Hi, Barbara. This is Ty. How are you?
Hello, Ty.
And I want to thank you. I want to thank you for all the great work that you and Charlie do. We go up we go out to 4B and take walks in those areas. Do you think that having a deposit on the NIPS would be of any value?
I'm not sure, but in amongst the nip bottles, there are some from Maine. One had a 5-cent deposit, one had a 15-cent deposit. So Maine's ahead of the game in terms of trying to encourage recycling.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any additional questions or comments? Mrs. Clark, thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
President Cooper, Christopher De Vega of 1 Pleasant Street would like to address the council.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Chris De Vega, and I'm speaking on behalf of ANC Barbershop, the family business at 1 Pleasant Street. However, for the record, my address is 49 Wheaton Drive. What I'd like to begin with is, can everybody hear me?
I can, but I didn't catch your address.
Oh, 49 Wheaton Drive, Attleboro, Mass.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Of course, yeah. I'd just like to start off and say that America, being the land of innovation, we know that with planning and true leadership, we can make sure that businesses are prepared and adaptable. Generally, I'd like to support all of the initiatives that are put forth today. A green and clean Attleboro is the one that I want to live in and the one that I'd like my children to inherit. Proactivity on these issues, such as the environment, needs to occur on a local level when we see that politicians on Beacon Hill and other places are unwilling to act. And I do appreciate proactivity on this front. Today, we're having a conversation about banning particular plastics, in particular NIPS. Hopefully this will take place in the future. And really my goal is that we have this conversation here and that all businesses are prepared for whatever materials we're going to be using that are sustainable in the future. I really hope that this is a call to action so that we can all move forward as a community and work in the way so that we can have the cleanest and really the best Attleboro possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Thank you.
President Cooper, Janet Blair of 20 Orlando Lane would like to address the council.
Laurie liked it.
I know. And Craffer.
Ms. Blair, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Oh, good. All right. My name's Janet Blair, and my involvement with recycling goes all the way back to being on the Solid Waste Committee for Judy Robbins when she was mayor. And I was part of the board of directors for the 10 Mile River for over 20 years. So I strongly support this mayor's proposed environmental ordinances. And yesterday, I volunteered at the Attleboro Public Library Gardens, but before I could tend to any of the plants, I spent 30 minutes picking up trash. The predominant items were plastic water bottles and nip bottles. So there is definitely an issue, and that was just the gardens in front of the public library. But the part that I'd like to address today is the neonicotinoids, or sometimes just called neocons. They are a widely used family of pesticides like are, Melanie said before, that are sprayed on plants and kill bees when they crawl over the sprayed surfaces of the plants. The neonicotinoids are linked to colony collapse disorder. And they also get into our rivers, groundwater, and eventually the Narragansett Bay. And then they break up into smaller particles, and the fish eat them, and then we eat the fish. So we are definitely eating our own plastic bottles way down the pike. Let's save our bees, let's save ourselves, and ban all these horrible things. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Blair at this time? Thank you very much.
President Cooper, Andrew Fowler of 63 Upton Road would like to speak to the council.
Great, thank you. Mr. Fowler, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
We can.
Still, thank you. I am here as a disinterested, citizen of the city, not dispassionate. And I regret that I haven't read all of these ordinances in full, but listening to the conversation today, I wanted to say a couple of things about supporting these measures in spirit, but with some concerns about right sizing these efforts, and also a concern truly at its heart about whether this will actually change behavior and how. So I want to come out in favor of 12, 13, and 19 about plastic and styrofoam containers. I'm especially excited about the fact that we have a downtown that's got great restaurants, businesses, and it's a theme amongst the Gen Z, amongst the millennials like myself, that folks will want to frequent a takeout place, a business where they can walk down the street with some pride in what they're taking out of the store, what they're taking home to the children who will pick up their habits. And so I think that encouraging passage of this for that element of the packages is important, but I get concerned about it branching out to, if true, concerned about it branching out to things like styrofoam containers in Stop and Shop, in the meat section. I think we'll run into some issues, none specific, but issues of enforceability once you get to the interstate commerce type of level. But when it comes to the aesthetics and pride you have in your downtown stores and restaurants, especially in this era of increased takeout, folks will want to see the right packages given to them so that they can continue to frequent those businesses. And I think that when they do, and they get in the habit of, the business that, so what I'm saying is if this measure isn't adopted for the local restaurants, you may find that there's customer attrition at those places because they're not getting in the habit of taking out on the basis that taking out feels aesthetically less pleasing. On number 18 about the nips, I am with Charlie in spirit. I spend a lot of time on Bank Street picking up nip bottles, collect many. It's incredibly wasteful. The amount of plastic per volume of liquor is, irresponsible in spirit. But I have concerns that we're creating an island effect that won't actually change consumer behavior, where they will go elsewhere to buy and bring it back into the city. If this was the other way around, if we were the last city in Bristol or the greater Foxborough area, I might have a different opinion. But if we're going to be the only one, we're just too small of a city geographically to make a dent in folks' behavior. It's like moving the candy from one shelf to a little bit of a higher shelf. The kid's going to still find a way to get there. One thing, though, about a measure to address Charlie's concerns and his wife, I'm sorry, I forgot her name, is improving the enforcement that we take against solid waste dumping, better tracking and observation of parkland, of vacant land, And I've worked with the mayor, and he's been very helpful around my neighborhood about putting up no dumping signs. And I hope that if behavior doesn't change, that we can escalate to, a game camera type system if there are still problem areas. And it sounds like some of the parks could use that type of measure, but an all-out ban. I just feel concerned that it's not going to change the behavior. Then the last thing I want to spend some time on is the water bottle, plastic water bottle ban proposal. And for the same island reasons, I don't think I can support that ban method. Folks will go elsewhere to buy. And it's also concerning if it does, like the spokesman said very early on from the council room about if it covers more than just water beverages to coffee and Gatorades type, we're getting pretty far into consumer habits that are well entrenched and are better served as a statewide or nationwide plastic policy. It seems like there could be an alternative where we already send out water bills to folks, and I think if you're educated through your water bill about how relatively clean the city's water is versus some of the major bottled water suppliers, direct notes and education through the monthly or quarterly water bills that we get every year could help sway behavior. And it is something that the city should consider working with the Department of Public Health to implement and advocate for on a statewide level to change behavior through education in the plastic water bottle use sphere. So in sum, I think if we right size these measures that we're looking to take and we do some appropriate methods, we can actually change behavior, which is what we're aiming for. I'm all for, in spirit, becoming the cleaner, greener community, but I also have at the nub a practicality bone that we all need to keep in mind. So apologies to the mayor for being a Monday morning quarterback on this. I really applaud the efforts to bring all of these to the fore, and hopefully we can find the best way forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Fowler? Seeing none, Andrew, thank you.
Thank you.
President Cooper, Roy Alex Avalenda would like to address the council.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Roy Alex Avellaneda, and I am the City Council President for the City of Chelsea. I live at 325 Commandant's Way in Chelsea, Massachusetts. And I learned about this packet of proposals by the mayor through one of your counselors who thought it might be interesting. Basically because I was one of the leaders in my city to initiate the ban nip that has been mentioned many times tonight. First of all, I want to congratulate at least the mayor for the initiative of going far beyond what we did. Yes, we also have a plastic ban on plastic bags, rather, a ban on that. I think we passed it around the same time most communities were doing it. And I think this is a very comprehensive package he's put together, something we definitely will be looking at. I think I've already spoken to a colleague of mine. So kudos to the mayor for putting on this and making us think of how cities and municipalities can act environmentally conscious and improving and making a difference. I want to talk about a lot of the subject matter tonight has been about the impact that will have on companies and the possible negative effect it would have on business and profits and such. But if anything that we've learned both with restrictions such as this and even COVID-19 is that companies will be innovative. When presented with a situation, they will figure out a way to adopt new practices that may be passed. This is happens time and time again with not just bans, with with other regulations that come into place. Regarding straws, the ban on straws, we've already seen Starbucks, who explored at the beginning the paper straws are now going strawless with their lids. And when a giant company like that creates its own lid or practices that, it helps little guys, because I have a coffee shop, believe it or not, it helps the little guys because this means that the rest of the industry will have access to those type of products because they've led the way. And you'll probably see, as a result of Starbucks and the larger companies going strawless too. So if this was to pass, I think that that's how businesses will adapt. Years ago, it was talked about the removal of trans fat for bakeries and how they had to adopt their menus and their recipes. And again, they adopted. Specifically now so I have confidence that whatever this city council adopts tonight, if it adopts all the measures, that the doom and gloom that he spoke about, that the mayor spoke about, the businesses will overcome and find a way to, react to what is passed. Specifically on NIPS, he was correct. We heard the doom and gloom when this was proposed, when I had proposed this to the licensing board, the second round. The first round, we did 50 millimeters, then we moved on to 100 and 150. When they reacted to the second round, the businesses came in and talked about how their business would be negatively impacted. The same numbers were thrown around. And here we are nearly 2.5 years later, and there hasn't been one store that has been closed. Their products, the purchased products for some have changed. They're selling different types of products. We actually have a waiting list for new licenses. People are waiting. They've been pre-approved, so to speak, so that if a license happens to be available, they will line up. There's been no transfers. None of the existing businesses were sold and transferred to a new entity. So everything that was predicted as far as the negative impact to the businesses did not happen. What did happen was that our streets were cleaner. The nips around the streets of Chelsea dissipated. They were gone. They disappeared. And it's interesting to note that when residents of my community go to other cities and towns and they notice them, it brings them back and say, isn't it amazing that we don't have those nips anymore? That's when they notice that, it happened so quickly that now when they see nips in other communities on the ground, they realize, wow, that's not present in Chelsea anymore. So it made an immediate impact on the cleanliness in Chelsea. I am very skeptical about the plans of hearing that I've heard tonight, either from businesses or an option of cleanup initiatives. We have Earth Day here in Chelsea. We have an environmental group, Green Roots, that continually does a spring cleaning and another cleaning at other points of the year. And quite frankly, despite our best efforts to educate, to try to change the habits, the reality is it wasn't until we banned that product that there was a difference both in plastic bags and in the nips. And that's when that's when the change occurred. So I encourage you not to think that some education program or any amount of money given by local businesses for cleanup initiatives, because what the fear is that, yes, it may be around for year one or year two, but can anyone promise this council or the mayor that 10 years from now that funding or those initiatives will still be in place and that this problem won't reemerge? They cannot do that. Human behavior is very tough to change. And quite frankly, it seems that banning is the only way that it works. And maybe, quite frankly, if enough communities, it was said tonight that, little Attleboro, which is about the same size and population number as the city of Chelsea, if little towns like them make this it won't make a difference. But I got in a news for you, more and more communities are looking at what Chelsea did, what Falmouth did, and are starting to do exactly what Attleboro is doing tonight, which is start looking at NIPS. And if enough communities continue to do this, maybe then they will try to put the pressure on the bottling industry, on the alcohol industry, and force a state legislature, which has had no appetite at all to look at 5-cent deposits on bottles. None. The Leo has sat on this for 15, 20 years since he's been in as a speaker, and there's no appetite. So I don't see that coming anytime soon. Maybe when more and more cities ban these bottles, then maybe they will consider and say, this is something real. And the big lobbyists who are pounding the doors and talking about doom and gloom, go to the hallways of the State House and push them to do the changes that we need, because we on the ground level need to do it for ourselves. So again, I applaud the mayor and the council for taking this up. And I'm here to answer any questions as regards to what the experience has been in the city of Chelsea.
Thank you. Any questions for City Council President of Chelsea? Sir, thank you for calling. Thank you for staying on, and thank you for your testimony tonight.
Thank you. Take care.
I did want to ask a
Councilor Dolan,
question.
Councilor Dolan, did you have a question or a comment?
No, I was trying to get your attention for Counselor Holmes.
Oh, Councilor Holmes, I didn't see you.
Thank you. So earlier on, you mentioned this ordinance is taking it way further than what you did in your community. So in what way is this taking it further?
Only that you have many more different types of bans talked. We did not address straws and all of the other items that you are putting on tonight. We only banned plastic bags and the nip bottles. So you have a much more comprehensive environmental package, so to speak. We didn't look at balloons and all these other items that the mayor has put forward. So that's what I mean by it's gone a lot further than what we had done.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Sir, again, thank you for your testimony this evening.
Thank you. Thank you.
President Cooper Sophia Cedarholm of 71 Benefit Street would like to address the council.
Thank you.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
We can.
Hello, I'm Sophia Cedarholm. I live at 71 Benefit Street. I'm a high schooler, so I came today to advocate for the new environmental ordinances, which could ban things like harmful pesticides, styrofoam, single-use plastic cups, etc. You've heard it all already. As you could all figure out, I'm part of the Gen Z, and as Olivia said earlier, we are looking for change in our communities, and we've seen that oftentimes change starts from the ground up. So I really want to support this. As far as the plastic nips go, I live on a street where we have young children, and we have nips like on our street along with on streets near ours. And the way some people drive, I do suspect it's drunk driving, and I am concerned for the children here. And I do think that banning those plastic nips could at least help lower drunk driving. And I also, as far as plastic bottles go, someone mentioned earlier that there are a lot of contaminants in Attleboro water. That's correct, but as we also heard, a lot of bottled water also is just tap water, meaning there could very well be some of the same contaminants in that. So I don't think that was a very good point. And all of these plastics often go to the oceans, killing millions of just like living sea creatures, and polluting the water for years because they either never break down or they break down so slowly. So And while that may seem pretty distant to us, we live very near the ocean. There's evidence predicting that by 2050, like every seabird species will be consuming plastic. And we see those birds like flying over our town, and that could just start killing them off very rapidly. And if that didn't hit close enough to home, we also see there's evidence to suggest that plastics and the associated chemicals to make them also end up in our foods and drinking waters, which can poison our population, and it can cause cancers, birth defects, impaired immunity, and among other things. So I think banning these will at least show that people are trying to change, and that change usually starts from the ground up. So by banning these products, we have a chance to not only improve our own community, but to act as an example for others to prove that we can change, and help the environment. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you.
President Cooper, Catherine Feerick of the City of Attleboro would like to address the council.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
We can.
Excellent. I was asked to look into this issue to, try to do a ballpark of how this would affect the local economy. So before I get into what I've found, first, I think it's important to let you all know that I do believe this is the direction all communities must eventually go. There's a concept in economics called externalities. Simply put, these are functions of producing or distributing a product that aren't factored into its price, but they are eventually borne by external characters. So they can be positive. They can be things like having a concentration of workforce in a given sector that leads to innovation. Think of Wall Street or Silicon Valley as examples of that. But externalities can also be negative. They can be a factory that emits odor that lowers the property values of homes around it. They can be the birth defects and cancers that the previous caller referenced. So this ordinance seeks to address negative externalities of certain products and packaging to public health and the environment. As such, I do believe that this is an earnest effort in general to meet the needs of our current moment. And as I said before, I think it's important to state that, ultimately, I do think that this is the way we ought to be headed. I also believe that there are limitations that pertain to the timing of this ordinance during a large-scale public health emergency, during an economic downturn, the likes of which I haven't seen in my career. Small businesses have been hit much harder than the national chains. They've had more means to pivot operations and order supplies in bulk. Certain provisions within this ordinance will affect restaurants who've been disproportionately hit by the pandemic, adding confusion and, in certain cases, some cost to an already stressful time. Strangely enough, I was not thinking of NIPS when I prepared this presentation. I am from an area that does not have NIPS. I will say that I was rather shocked when I moved to Attleboro. I lived on Pine Street for over a year when I moved to Attleboro. And I was pretty shocked by the amount of empty nip bottles along the street. But my presentation in large part focuses on the restaurants as opposed to that particular issue. I think that enough has been said on that, and I won't add to that conversation. I did take some time over the last several weeks to analyze the cost of restaurant takeout supplies, trying to figure out if there was any additional cost that would fall on restaurants. That carrier that Barbara had held up earlier, that the type with the sturdy black bottom and that clear lid that you often get from takeaway Chinese restaurants and other similar restaurants. Those are reusable. Those are reusable plastic. And under the language of this ordinance, those would still be permissible. What I discovered is that those are actually the most expensive option that's usually available for takeout containers. But a lot of restaurants choose to use them anyway because of the benefits that their customers see, and being able to take those home, reheat them easily, put them through the dishwasher and use them again. Styrofoam containers are by far the least expensive option by unit price. They're usually for the size that I was looking at, and I tried to stay on the same sites, generally speaking, and compare apples to apples from one distributor versus another, as opposed to crossing over and looking at the two different suppliers for the same item. So I chose 9-inch by 3-inch by 6-inch single single compartment lidded containers. Those were the ones that I was looking at here. Styrofoam units were typically about 4 cents less expensive. Let me get the exact average unit price for you, just so that I'm speaking from authority here. Yeah, the average cost per unit for styrofoam was about 11 cents. For foil, that was about 21 cents. Biodegradable, I found about 18 cents usually. For plastic, single-use plastic, it was about 22 cents. And for paper, it was 27 cents rather. So roughly the plastic and the biodegradables were comparable in value for this one specific size of this one specific type of restaurant box. So I didn't really see too much of an impact when it comes to that. Now, I did see more of an impact when it came to cups, not so much for hot beverages, but for cold beverages. There was an average cost per unit difference of, for PET, it was about 6 cents a piece. And for the bioplastic, it was about 9 cents a piece. So that's about a 3 cent difference between the typical cold cup 16 ounce that a restaurant could use versus the cold cup with the bioplastic that will biodegrade. I also looked into paper and plastic straws. Plastic straws are basically not worth anything. They are worth less than 1 cent a piece. Paper straws will cost 1 cent, which is, I don't think that's a huge cost to bear. But, there is a cost difference there as well. There is also the option that was addressed by a previous caller of the sip lids versus the straw lids. I know that I saw them somewhere. Let's see. The sip lids cost per unit was about 6 cents. So for a typical hot unit, it's about the same amount. So it's slightly more than what you would find on a cold drink lid of comparable size, but it's less than what you would pay for like a coffee lid that you'd be drinking out of. Anyway, those were the figures that I came up with from restaurants. I have heard anecdotally that, maybe there is an added expense. And I did try to find that and I couldn't end up finding it. But just so that it's clear, a couple of restaurants did tell me that it would increase their prices, but none of them were particularly concerned that I spoke with. So that's pretty much it from my review. Finally, I would like to just discuss some of the support services that I would offer during the transition period should council approve this ordinance. I'm working internally with staff just to see, and this is very early stage, but to see whether Attleboro could use some of the COVID funds that we have received to help restaurants with takeout supplies during the pandemic. A lot of other communities have used similar funding sources to supply PPE to affected industries, and takeout supplies are going to be pretty crucial for the restaurant industry, especially through this winter. I'd also propose that if we were going to take on a strategy like this, that we select the types of containers that are compliant within this ordinance, just to get local businesses familiar with how they look, how they feel, what their qualities may be. Additionally, I intend to follow the lead of communities like Tacoma Park down in Maryland, who published extensive resources listing available biodegradable products and supply sources that complied with their local ordinance. I think that if we help people to understand what the new parameters are, and we explain to them, these are some of the options from where you go, I think it will ease the transition process. A lot of the items in this environmental ordinance, I think are pretty straightforward, and consumer behavior can easily adapt. If you go to the store to buy a face wash and the one that you usually buy isn't available, not many of us are all that loyal to brands. I know I myself would just choose something else that looks roughly comparable. Same thing when it comes to pesticides, same thing when it comes to light bulbs. Even when it comes to consumer behaviors like water bottles and buying larger portions of alcohol and maybe carrying a flask or doing something else like that, which would be the equivalent of having a water bottle with you at all times. That's a consumer behavior that I think can be shifted. But I do recommend through all of this that if these ordinances are adopted, that there be a lengthy period of transition. I don't think that anything should take place until at minimum mid to late 2021, just because of everything else that's so uncertain. We're getting new directives from the state every day, and I think that this added confusion would, would really hurt some of our local businesses. So I do recommend pushing it out. I do think that ultimately this is the way that we ought to go. And I don't see a massive effect on local restaurants. Yes, those that are using styrofoam containers will see a price increase. There's no doubt of that. But a lot of our restaurants are already using more expensive materials for takeout and ones that would comply with this ordinance. I'm happy to answer any other questions that council may have for me at this time. I think that that's all I need to say.
Thank you. I saw Councilor Conti's hands first.
Catherine, let's get back to the economic externality. Do you think that if the council were to pass every measure and institute it in a 6-month to a 1-year period, that it does not get passed in Norton and Taunton and Rehoboth and Seekonk and our surrounding neighborhoods, are you saying that there is an advantage in economic externality because Attleboro has taken this advantage? Because I would think that there would be some disadvantages as well. So in some cases, you might have, being the market manager of the city of Attleboro, in my mind, you might have some pluses and you might have some minuses. But this externality concept seems to indicate that we would become unique in our region and therefore have an advantage. Is that what you meant to say?
No. The concept of externalities is a pricing term within economics. So, you know that you need, if you're going to make a basket, you're going to need the labor, you're going to need the wicker or whatever you're building it out of, you're going to need the metal pieces that bracket everything together. Those are the items that you cost in. You cost in taxes, you cost in everything else. The items that you don't cost in are things like deforestation and erosion that comes along with it. You don't cost in the environmental impacts of the production of the metal pieces. You don't cost in the things that aren't that you don't buy, and you don't pass that price on to consumers. So it's actually part of an internal pricing structure. It's not an issue of the Attleboro market versus others. What I will say is that if Attleboro passes this, there may be some attrition, but a lot of us are creatures of convenience and of habit. And if we run down to the neighborhood store and they don't have what we want, we're probably not going to drive in our car more than, say, 10, 15 minutes, if that's even the case, depending on what it may be. I think that a lot of people will very quickly adjust their habits around that. But the externalities remain. Even if somebody buys a water bottle from North Attleboro as opposed to Attleboro, that the same petrochemical impacts on our water supply, on our soil quality and everything else, those will continue to survive. So it's not about the market conditions of one area versus another. It's like an internal pricing factor instead.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilor DeSimone.
Thank you, President Cooper. Catherine, just 2 quick questions. How many restaurants did you talk to?
I just reached out to 2 or 3 that I was talking to anyway, and one told me that he was really not happy about it, but it turned out he was using the black bottomed, clear topped, reusable plastic ones, which would not be part of this. So when he heard that wasn't the case, that he wouldn't have to shift his supplies, he was okay with it. The other 2 said, we were in the process of shifting, said one of them, and the other one said it would be something that wouldn't affect them too badly from what they were aware of. But it was casual conversations, and that's why I dug into the numbers. I didn't want to put any restaurants on the spot, but I did kind of want to make sure that my numbers weren't wildly off.
All right, and my second question is, you mentioned you think it's appropriate and reasonable to extend the effective dates. I'm inclined to agree with these ordinances. But you also mentioned COVID funds. Is there a window on COVID funds that if you're able to secure some to help the businesses, does that not change the window?
I don't think that would have any bearing on having a transition period for this. I think that it would be a great way to kind of test new products so that businesses are more reassured about the quality impacts, or they can find different products that better suit them if the first round doesn't suit. So I think that it's a good idea to have that transition anyway, even if you are going to have a program that helps businesses subsidize the changes to their business model that this ordinance will impose.
All right, thank you, Catherine. Thank you, President Cooper.
Thank you. Any additional questions for Ms. Farrick? Catherine, thank you very much.
Thank you.
President Cooper, Jason Bosch of 52 Beagle Club Road would like to address the council.
Hello, my name is Jay Bosch, and I live at 52 Beagle Club Road. I am a lifelong resident of Attleboro and currently work as a liquor salesman. I service one of our city package stores, and I oppose the ban on the sale of the 50 ml trial bottles for the simple fact that this ban will drive customers out of our package stores and into neighboring communities to make their purchases. This will in turn hurt their revenue stream. I believe littering is a behavioral problem in our society and needs to be addressed with education. Banning the sales of 50 mLs will not fix the littering problem in Attleboro. It will only hurt our city business. I just would like to make one other point from the city council from Chelsea. Now, the Chelsea ban on 50 mLs was done because of a public drunkenness in the downtown area, which I don't believe is a problem in Attleboro. It wasn't about littering. It was about public drunkenness in the city center. Thank you for your time. That's all I have.
Thank you. Any questions or comments for Mr. Bosch? Thank you very much.
President Cooper, Ted Leach would like to address the council.
Thank you. Mr. Leach, you're
Hi.
up. Hi.
Hi, I'm Ted Leach. I live at 80 Ridgewood Road in Attleboro, and my family's lived in Attleboro a long, long time. Some of them led the militia in the Revolutionary War in Attleboro. I'm largely been a business manager. I led one of the 2 or 3 largest employers in Attleboro for many, many years. And I have basically had to adjust to laws changing in many, many countries around the world and cities around the United States. And I know that well-run companies in Attleboro and elsewhere will adjust very quickly to these changes. And I'm really calling to sincerely endorse the mayor's changes as a whole. And I encourage all of you on the city council to have the courage to step up to the plate at a time when our children and grandchildren, as we've heard from some callers tonight, are very worried about the future, and they should be worried about the future of our planet and the potential for life, human life on Earth. And we have to do everything that we can do. And every deliberative body in every municipality in the United States and around the world, I think, has an obligation to step up to the plate right now and make the changes that they can make. And these changes actually are relatively minor in terms of the terrible, terrible effects of climate change that are undeniable at this point. But they're important ones because they're going to be obvious. And Attleboro, my city that I've lived in for 73 years now, is going through changes in that the industries, like the one that I led for many, many years, are indeed changing, but Attleboro is becoming a much more attractive place as a bedroom community. But we don't want to give up the manufacturing that we have. But nevertheless, I think it's important for Attleboro to rebrand itself, as we at the Attleboro Land Trust, where my wife, Debbie Leach, and I, together with Charlie Adler, who you saw earlier, founded the Attleboro Land Trust just 30 years ago this year. And we have been working super hard for 30 years, and we have so far saved approximately 700 acres of land, natural land, that we are preserving in Attleboro, much of it in combination with the Attleboro Conservation Commission and the Massachusetts Audubon council. But the real thing here is that we're now at a point where we're showing that people are attracted to a healthier environment and a healthier place. The Hike Attleboro project that we are doing together with the city of Attleboro and the Massachusetts Audubon Society will dramatically rebrand Attleboro as a much healthier place. But this is a very good step that I'm urging you to all take tonight. I would definitely move ahead. And I would suggest that if you think about the reason there's so many nip bottles, is nobody wants to come home with a nip bottle in their car. So people throw them out before they get home. But I'd also say that this is probably the best year in terms of the nip issue. This is the best year to nip it in the bud, because as I went online while you were all talking tonight, the sale of liquor in retail liquor stores, not in restaurants, is up 26% this year.
Because all the restaurants are closed. But
can you hear me?
Yeah, Mr. Leach, when you did that research, what's the decrease in alcohol sales in restaurants?
That is pretty large, and there would have to be a 22% increase in liquor sales in package stores to make up for that. But all the complaints you heard tonight about nip bottles, nobody ever sold a nip bottle in a restaurant.
Absolutely,
and,
100%.
And nobody's ever going to bring a nip bottle home to show their wife that they drank it in the car on the way home, or their husband. And I think that's the reason that even if you put $1 deposit on a nip bottle, they'd still throw them out the window before they get home. That's just my guess, having picked them up along my field on Locust Street for many years now. But I can assure you as a businessman that these changes are very adaptable ones. And even the containers, I'm going to have a steak for dinner tonight that came wrapped up, and it's an okay one. As soon as you guys are done, I'm going to be able to cook it. But it came wrapped up in paper. It didn't have a styrofoam container. And I assure you that Stop and Shop and everybody else in Attleboro is going to adapt instantly to whatever your new rules are.
Thank you. Any additional questions for Mr. Leach? Thank you very much.
President Cooper, Robert Melian of 30 Lyman Street in Westboro, Massachusetts, would like to address the council.
Thank you. I don't see him up there yet, Jim.
No, he just dropped off. So we will go to Roy Belcher of 6 Nancy Ave.
Thank you, Mr. Belcher.
Gentlemen and ladies of the City Council, thank you for staying up to listen to me. I'm not going to reiterate the arguments that have already been made. I'm very much in favor of all of the mayor's proposals, although I can have confidence that the City Council will make the necessary adjustments to allow for the impact of COVID-19 and implement these at a time when the economic hit is minimized. I would like to just make one general comment that I don't think the most important argument here is about littering. I think the most important issue for the council is dealing with the global situation of climate change, with greenhouse gases, with petrochemicals that are polluting the water, the food we eat. And we have to take a stand at some point, whether it's this year, next year, or after everyone else has already done it, joining the crowd. And I would like to think that our city of Attleboro is forward thinking. We're not a post-industrial wasteland anymore. We are a clean and green community that is moving forward. We're thinking about our children and our grandchildren and the kind of environment that we were going to bequeath to them after we're gone. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Any questions for the gentleman this evening? Thank you, sir.
President Cooper, Ellen Farmer of 120 Augsburg Drive would like to address the council.
Thank you.
Yes, hello. This is Ellen Farmer. Some of you might be familiar with me. I have to say I want to thank again Charlie Adler and Barbara Clark and the other members of the Land Trust because they do amazing work in this town to protect open space. I've worked most of my life on farms and growing and planting and working in nature. I've been an environmentalist most of my life. I am a transplant from the South and love a lot of the work that I see up here compared to where I grew up because there's a lot more conservation work. But as far as the plastic initiatives, I can't say enough about the work that Mayor Hero is doing with this and trying to promote more green spaces. And I used to visit Concord often. I had friends who lived there and they worked, I think that was one of the first communities that banned plastic bottles. And it was a lot of work. It took them more than one attempt. But in the long run, the businesses adjusted and they had more traffic from people who appreciated the green initiatives. And I certainly pick where I go to eat based on if they do styrofoam or not. And if they do, I don't take it. I'll bring a container or ask for tin foil. In the town that I lived previously, you could recycle the tin foil, but I recycle it myself. I certainly can utilize it in the garden. So I think I can't say enough. The work they did in Concord, it was a lot of work, great community support, and it really made a difference. And, you know, really proud to be one of the first communities to lead the way. But I think it absolutely, in the long run, will be worth the little bit of investment that the businesses make to have a cleaner community and be part of that movement. Microplastics, I saw a documentary last year, and it's pretty horrifying how they are being ingested by things like fish that a lot of us eat. And when you see the work, the cleanup work, and how much plastic is in the environment, it is pretty shocking. So the more we can deal with not using plastic, the better we will be altogether, like Roy just said. But again, in Concord, again, it took more than one attempt, but it was worth it in the long run. Definitely the businesses ended up being fine. So I just wanted to make sure that I shared that part. When I go to restaurants, I make sure I talk to them about not putting straws on the table. Please have people ask, and then they have to ask their management, and then I go back and check. I just talked to a new restaurant in North Attleboro last week. But restaurants that have other products like Morin's, I go to Morin's more because they don't have styrofoam and they kicked it up and got a more recyclable or biodegradable container. So, you know, a lot of people shop to be green. So please think of that as well. So thank you to the council for letting me speak.
Thank you, Ms. Farmer. Any additional questions? Thank you.
Councillor Cooper, Robert Melian is reconnected to speak to the council.
Great, thank you.
President Cooper, members of the Municipal Council, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak this evening. Thank you also for your patience. I lost power. The reason why I'm testifying tonight on behalf of the Massachusetts Package Stores Association and the stores in Attleboro is because bans do not address behavior. And I'll give you three objective examples. First, the most obvious one, prohibition. Prohibition didn't work. It was a ban. And without getting into the details of it, the executive story to prohibition was that in the first year of prohibition or the first 6 months of prohibition, yes, you saw a decline in drinking. But the reason why prohibition was ended with the 21st Amendment was because more people were drinking during prohibition than before prohibition. In fact, to this very day, people drink less than the amount of people who consumed alcohol before prohibition. And that was because of education. So education does work. Another example is what happened recently with flavored tobacco. You heard about that earlier this evening. In flavored tobacco, Massachusetts, many communities throughout Massachusetts elected to ban flavored tobacco, and then the state followed suit earlier in the year. The result has been a loss of $93 million of revenue since the ban took place. Where's that revenue going? It's going to New Hampshire. And with that revenue is also revenue to New Hampshire for alcohol sales and lottery ticket sales. One of the reasons why the lottery ticket sales in Massachusetts has declined is because people are going to New Hampshire to purchase their lottery tickets and their alcohol and their flavored tobacco. And I am very grateful that I get the opportunity to testify after the president of the city council to Chelsea, because I was there during all of that. And I can tell you that not all the facts were laid before this city council about what happened in Chelsea. As somebody had testified earlier this evening, in Chelsea, the issue was overconsumption.
Point of order.
Yes, Councilor Dolan.
We're not discussing what happened in Chelsea. This is regarding Attleboro.
Well, Councilor, it's relevant because you were told in Chelsea by the city council president of Chelsea that everything is wonderful.
Point of order.
Mr. Melian, the point of order was brought before the council by Councilor Dolan. Councilor Dolan, it was about Chelsea when the president of the city council of Chelsea was speaking to us, and there was no point of order at that time. So I think to present some of the facts around the history of what happened in Chelsea is important, but we're not going to go get a full history on what happened. But some of the facts around that are important for this discussion, and we certainly let the city council president of Chelsea present this evening. So, Mr. Melian, you can continue with your testimony on the facts in Chelsea, but we will keep them to how they are related to what is presented before the city council of Attleboro.
Thank you, Mr. President. That was my intent. So what I wanted to get at in the city of Chelsea is that things are not wonderful for the retailers of Chelsea. Their sales have declined in the millions as a result of the ban that has taken place. And what has happened is that the sales in East Boston and in Revere have increased in the millions. Also, what was not told to you is that several of the stores, at least 5 of the stores, are for sale right now. The reason why there hasn't been a transfer of license is because they can't sell their licenses, because no one wants to buy those stores. That's what was not presented to you this evening. I know the owners of a lot of those stores. They are very distraught right now because they don't know what to do as a result of all the revenues lost, and they are in dire straits. That wasn't told to you this evening. That was the only reason why I want to raise the issue of Chelsea. So the point here is that bans in and of themselves don't work because they don't change behavior. Trash cans change behavior because it makes it easier for people to deposit their littering. Also, what changes behavior is education. We know that because there was a strong education campaign throughout this entire country during the 1950s and 60s and 70s that was curbing litter. And regretfully, that changed because of issues that are not before the council today. we are proposing that we introduce, not just in the city of Attleboro, but across Massachusetts, a campaign aimed at educating people to pick up here in Massachusetts. And to address the question before it's even presented to me, why has this not been done in the past? Well, I will tell you truthfully that the focus of the retail side of alcohol during the past decade or more has been on preventing minors from getting access to alcohol and from preventing overconsumption. But right now, clearly, a change of focus is beginning to take place. Give us the chance to do it because it worked in the past. We are working right now to roll out a program that will educate people to do the right thing. And it can also be a program that can help municipalities deal with the issue of litter, because let's be very honest about this. It isn't a Attleboro problem, it's a Massachusetts problem, and it isn't a nip problem, it's a litter problem. We have litter all across the state, but we need to educate folks to do the right thing. And many people do the right thing. I do the right thing. Many of you, I'm sure all of you do the right thing. And we heard from people this evening who are testifying who do the right thing. But a lot of folks don't. And they don't do it for many different reasons. One reason out there is because they don't want to touch other people's litter because they're fearful of COVID. There's a whole bunch of different reasons for it. But the bottom line is that we need to change the attitude. It was done in the past and we can do it again. But the fear here is that it will be extremely harmful to Attleboro businesses because people in Attleboro are going to go elsewhere to make their purchases due to the inconvenience created when they don't have the product that they want. And as I said, we know that from what's happening in Chelsea right now. In the issue of Falmouth, the ban hasn't happened yet. So anybody saying that it is making a difference, that is a misrepresentation because the ban isn't for another year. And quite frankly, Falmouth may change its mind because the opposition to a ban was not presented an opportunity to speak at the Falmouth town meeting. So that also was not told to you, but that was the case too. The point here is that these stores are fearful because they have something to be fearful about. They're deeply worried that people are going to go to the neighboring communities to make their purchases, and they won't just purchase nips when they do that. They're going to purchase their wine, because if somebody is purchasing a 50 milliliter bottle, then they're probably going to be buying a 6-pack or 2 6-packs of beer with it because they're stocking up, or they're probably going to be purchasing a case of wine because, again, they're stocking up. That's money that's not going to be coming into Attleboro, and that's a business that's not going to be able to pay its employees. And the last thing I just wanted to address very quickly is that on the issue of who's making revenue and who's not making revenue, quoting Nielsen numbers is a misrepresentation. And the reason why it's a misrepresentation is because all Nielsen does when they say that there's an increase of 28%, which was going on in March, is they're just going off the gross sales. They're not going off the net sales. And when you look at actual net revenues for stores, many stores are in the minus right now because the cost of doing business during COVID-19 in order to keep employees safe and keeping the public safe is astronomical. And stores are just trying to stay open right now. And that's why you had so many of your stores testify this evening, because they are very much afraid. They are afraid that this could put them out of business, particularly somebody who's relying on 20 to 30% of sales on an item that's about to be taken away from them. And to just be able to say to them, oh, people will change, that's not going to solve their problem when they can't sell their license. So I thank you very much. And as I said, there's something on the table now. It is not a falsehood. It is real. And we are looking to change people's minds, but at the same time, fund community cleanups right now that will make a difference right now. And maybe we can even help to get more trash cans in Attleboro across the state. And I thank you very much for the opportunity to speak this evening. I'm very happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for the gentleman? Councilor Holmes.
Thank you. Thank you for speaking tonight. So you're a registered lobbyist?
I am a registered lobbyist. I don't know what that has to do with my testimony.
Okay, so which is again, which has to do with package stores. Is that what it's for?
I'm the executive director to the Massachusetts Package Stores Association, who represents many of the mom and pop stores across this state. The big chains are not members of our association. It is only the small local independent store that is a member. We represent 19,000 workers across the state. We represent $93 million of excise taxes that come into the state of Massachusetts.
Okay, so thank you. So it's primarily the plastic shot, because 9 different ordinances here. So I just want to be clear. So it's mostly the shot bottles that you're talking about. Is there any other thing that you're feeling like you're opposed to, like the water bottles?
We are actually concerned about the water bottle issue as well. No one's really spoken about that particular issue, but if you ban single water bottles, which was done, for example, on Nantucket, people are still going to bring them in from other places. What's going to happen is that the traffic in the stores is going to be impacted. The other thing that can happen is, as was testified earlier tonight, people just find a way to get around it. And a way to get around on the plastic ban of single bottles is to tie 2 bottles together. So now you have even more litter as a result of that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Thank you. Seeing none, that is the last presenter this evening. These public hearings are continued until November 17th so that the council can continue to receive public information. And the first meeting in November, we can't have any public hearings because it's election day. So with that said, we will move on to, flip back a couple pages, the mayor's communication. And in the spirit of time, I am going to, unless anyone objects, I'm going to assign by number. I will go through them when we get to the 2 emergency measures this evening. Ms. Ravad will read those 2 emergency measures into the record, and we will proceed accordingly. Any questions or comments? Seeing none. Dated October 6th, 2020. Dear Municipal Councilors, item number 1 is Public Safety and Emergency Management. Item number 2 is Public Works. Item number 3 is Public Works. Item number 4 is Public Safety and Emergency Management. Item number 5 is City Property and Claims. Item number 6 is the first emergency measure, and Ms. Ravad, would you kindly read that piece of the mayor's communication?
Let's see, Traffic and Transportation Committee, October 6, 2020, emergency measures motion. Emergency preamble.
No, the mayor's communication, sorry.
Oh, okay.
Item number 6.
All right. As you all know, speeding is one of the biggest complaints we get in the city. Our police need all the assistance they can get, and until we create a traffic unit in the police department, speed radars are an effective way to reduce speeding where speed humps are not available. Speed radars also help reduce speeding while keeping police in their cars and decreasing the contact the public has with the police, which is a good thing with the pandemic going on, as well as the sensitive environment that police operate in right now. These are public safety issues. Additionally, as many of you know, not everyone stops for pedestrians and crosswalks. The police department often conduct operations to enforce compliance with stopping at a crosswalk. However, we can do more to keep citizens safe. Lighted crosswalks are one means. Therefore, I hereby request your honorable body to appropriate $103,260.09 from account 10003590000 undesignated fund balance / free cash general government to the following: $41,575.45 to account 142010000-585082 Public Works Crosswalk System. $61,684.64 to account 142-010-000-585083 Public Works Radar Sign System. In accordance with Article 2, Section 29B of the City Charter of the City of Attleboro, I respectfully request your honorable body to consider this as an emergency measure. Copies are in your packets.
Transportation. Oh, Transportation and Traffic Committee, please. Item number 7 is Budget and Appropriations Committee. Item number 8 is also Budget and Appropriations Committee. Item number 9, Budget and Appropriations Committee. Item number 10, Budget and Appropriations Committee. Item number 11 is the next emergency measure, and Ms. Ravad, would you kindly read that into the record?
I respectfully submit a communications from Director of Budget and Administration, Jeremy Stoll, regarding a grant that has been awarded by the Center for Tech and Civic Life of $19,371. The grant is for COVID-19 related expenses associated with safely administering the November 3rd, 2020 election in accordance with the Chapter 1, Section 12 of the revised ordinances of the City of Attleboro. I hereby request your honorable body approve expending of such funds and any future grant amendments by the Attleboro Elections Office. In accordance with Article 2, Section 2-9B of the City Charter of the City of Attleboro, I respectfully request your honorable body to consider this as an emergency measure. Copies in your packet.
Thank you. Personnel, Veterans, and Human Services Committee, please. Item number 12 is Public Works. Item number 13 is Public Safety and Emergency Management. And item number 14 is Personnel, Veterans, and Human Services. Moving on to the other communications, clerk's communication. The first item was from the Commonwealth Housing and Community Development regarding the Attleboro Downtown Housing Development Zone, and was approved on August 20th. That's an FYI, and we all received an email about that as well. The Class 2 license for Auto Maze to the Licenses Committee. Auto Maze 2, Class 2 license to Licenses Committee. The 87-page petition to oppose the ban on small size bottles to Ordinances Committee. 3 letters and mails and emails in support of some of the suggestions made by the mayor's proposal to the Environmental Protection and Prevention Ordinance to the Ordinance Committee, and 22 letters from residents and businesses opposed to the ban to small plastic bottles and some objections to additional amendments to the Environmental Protection Ordinance to the Ordinances Committee. All of those letters are in the council office for the council to review. Being environmentally friendly, we're not going to have a ream of paper delivered to all of you in your mailbox. If you want to see the letters, they are there. They will be incorporated into the record in the Ordinances, Elections, and Legislative Matters Committee record as well.
President Cooper, sorry, can I just one thing? Virginia actually gave me a folder, and it's going to be very similar to things that we've done in the past. I'm going to kind of organize it, and so it will be available for everybody to kind of have access to.
Perfect. Thank you. At this time, I'd entertain a motion for a 5-minute recess.
Second.
We got to do a roll call vote, Sharon. Roll call vote will begin with Councilor Holmes, I believe.
Ms. Holmes?
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds? Ms. Reynolds?
Yes.
Ms. Dolan?
Yes.
Mr. Cobus?
Yes.
Mr. Deluzio?
Yes.
Vice President Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Waterman?
Yes.
Mr. Conti?
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone?
Yes.
Yes, that was yes.
Yeah, we heard you, Richard.
Yep.
Is the
Mr.
mayor
Boudet?
still on? Yes.
President Cooper?
Yes.
11 yeas, no nays.
Thank you. Motion passes. We are recessed at 10:09. Municipal Council back to order at 10:16. At this time, I'd entertain a motion to enter committee of the whole.
Second.
A roll call vote is required, and we'll begin with Councilor Blair.
Mr. Blair,
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone,
Yes.
Mr. Conti,
Not back yet.
Yes. Yes.
Waterman. Mr. Waterman,
He's trying. Just go to the next one.
okay.
You gotta go get his.
Vice President Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Delicio,
Yes.
Mr. Cobus,
Yes.
Ms. Dolan,
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds,
Yes.
Ms. Holmes,
Yes.
President Cooper,
Yes.
Mr. Waterman,
Yes.
11 yeas, no nays.
Thank you. Motion passes. We are now in committee of the whole. Mr. Jones, is anybody on the Zoom that would like to address the council on any matter of city business at this time?
There are none that have expressed.
Thank you. At this time, I'd entertain a motion to arise.
Second.
Again, we'll need a roll call vote beginning with Councilor Holmes.
Ms. Holmes,
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds,
Yes.
Ms. Dolan,
Yes.
Mr. Cobus,
Yes.
Mr. Delicio,
Yes.
Vice President Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Waterman,
Yes.
Mr. Conti,
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone,
Yes.
Mr. Blair,
Yes.
President Cooper,
Yes.
11 yeas, no nays.
Thank you. Motion passes. At this time, we'll go on to committee reports. And
Public Safety Emergency Management has no business this evening, Mr. President, but we request a committee meeting next week at the appropriate time.
thank you.
President Cooper, Traffic and Transportation Committee has 3 items of business this evening, the first of which will be the emergency measure sent down by the mayor. I'll proceed with the preamble.
Thank you.
Preamble, President Cooper?
Yep,
Okay.
perfect.
I move that the Attleboro Municipal Council vote as provided in the city charter, section 2-9B, regarding the request of the mayor to address public safety issues by appropriating $103,260.09 from account 1000359,000, undesignated fund balance, free cash, general government, to the following: $41,575.45 to account 142010005858082 Public Works Crosswalk System. $61,684.64 to account 1420100585083 Public Works Radar Sign System.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Oh, yeah.
Second.
Kate?
Council Jackson, that was you, right?
No, that was Council Holmes.
Holmes, okay.
Thank you, Councilor Holmes.
Thank you.
For those of you, I
Yes.
proceed. So as was mentioned in the communication from the mayor this evening, he expressed the need for the emergency, but there was no supporting material in the packet. There was, however, a lengthy email from the mayor on October 5th, which I hope is appropriate to mention on the record. The mayor sent out an email on October 5th where he laid out in more detail the need and the purpose for these funds. I hope that you all perhaps had time to reference that, but that also speaks to the nature of the emergency.
Thank you. Councilor Blair and then Cobus.
I've been on this council for 21 years, and traffic's been a problem in town for 21 years. This is not an emergency that has to be voted on tonight. We need time to vent. I'm not saying there isn't a traffic problem in some areas, but to bring it down as an emergency measure is almost insulting to this council. Something of $100,000, first of all, with 1 day's notice or 2 days' notice and not have the opportunity to vent it among this council or to get some input on it is a gross misuse of the word emergency. I will not be supporting it tonight.
Thank you. Councilor Kobus.
100% agree that this is not an emergency, or the case for it being an emergency was not made to us in that email from the mayor, where it just said this is a public safety thing to add these signs that flash at you and have the speed or whatever displayed on them. There may be merit in the measure itself. I agree that this isn't an emergency measure and will not be supporting the emergency preamble.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Councilor Delicio and then DeSimone.
Thank you, President Cooper. I have to agree with my colleagues from the Public Safety and Emergency Management Committee. I feel as though this is something that needs to be vetted. This is something that when we're talking about $103,000, I don't know it's an emergency, and that's not to speak to the motion itself, to the business itself. It speaks to the $103,000 so we can have a better understanding of what this whole project is going to be. I'd like to hear from some of the stakeholders in this to make sure that this is something we need to go forward with. And on the surface, it looks like something that would benefit the city. But at this point, I don't see why it's an emergency. And I think that when we continue to have emergencies, and this was true of, we've said this to the previous administration as well as this administration, I think it lessens the need and takes away from what a real emergency is. I don't see this as being an emergency measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor DeSimone.
Thank you, President Cooper. Although I'm new to the council, I certainly appreciate my fellow councilors expressing their appreciation for the use of the word emergency and the context in which it's used, and that word may be misconstrued over time. However, as the chair of the Traffic and Transportation Committee, I would argue that although it may not be an emergency to us, I can pretty much assure you from the calls that I get that this is in fact an emergency for the people who live in the areas that the mayor is seeking to get these funds to assist. And I do not mean to speak to the merits of the motion, simply to the idea of emergency may not be perceived as such by us, but we would be hard pressed to tell some of these residents that is not in fact an emergency. So I'm going to be supporting it.
Thank you. Councilor Waterman and then Conti. And then Delicio.
Thank you. I think both conversations that I'm hearing have merit because I'm sure it is an emergency to the people who feel affected. And I've talked to some of those people myself. On the other hand, I think we need a little bit of time to vet it. And my hope would be that we could come back in the next week or two and deal with it at that time. I did not see it until, I don't know, 1 hour before the meeting, maybe 2. So I benefit from the discussion of it and thinking a little bit before I vote.
Thank you. Councilor Conti and Delicio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think the mayor was rather clear in the first sentence of his email saying that the sooner we get these speed radars and lighted crosswalks up, the sooner people can feel safer on the city streets. And after 21 years, according to Councilor Blair, then certainly it's time to be considered. When I first read this memo of the education, engineering, and enforcement approach to the traffic problems, I was sitting in my car during lunch hour and I screamed at the top of my lungs, about time. This is the beginning of what I see a traffic control unit, of which I've been in favor of for a very long time. And I like the approach that it's taken with the crosswalks. I like the approach that it's taken with the lighted signs. I think the mayor was very clear in explaining what he wanted to do with the money. The attachments he put in there, the quote from Granger and the copy of the cost breakdown of the signs and the speed hump attachment was all very clear if councilors had the time to review it. I agree with Councilor Waterman that I see both sides of the emergency measure issue, but this is a piece of landmark developments. Apparently the mayor's been working on this for a very long time. It has been fully vetted through the purchasing department. They have obtained multiple quotes and pricing. It is a large amount of money, but when I was looking at developing a traffic control unit, we were looking at $750,000. This is a wonderful first step that could soon bring some relief to the people who are complaining about traffic. If they could see the government is doing something to alleviate the issue, I think some of the heat would come off. This, I'm sure, was a shock to some councilors because it's a big number. $103,397,000 is not a light expenditure, and where we just turned down gym floors for
the emergency preamble.
Yeah, Councilor Conti?
Yes.
Where point of order was called by Councilor Cobus. And the issue that what we're talking about is not the gym floors. We're talking about is this an emergency preamble? Your reasons for supporting or not the emergency preamble that is presented before the.
I think I made myself clear. I support the emergency measure because it's been a problem for 21 years, according to Council Blair. And the sooner we can pass this measure, the sooner people will feel safe. That's the statement from the mayor. I don't think it can be any more obvious than that. And that concludes my comments.
Thank you. Councilor Delicio and then Dolan.
Thank you, President Cooper. I agree with most of what Councilor Conti said. Where I'm struggling is I've never seen a council pass through a project, $103,000 price tag, pass it through without the ability to ask questions, without the ability to fully understand what the project is. And although I'm sure it is an emergency to the people who are impacted, and that's something that we all have talked to people throughout the city, I don't know that a week to have it in committee and then a following week to vote it out of committee, 2 weeks at this point is going to make that much of a difference. It gives us time to be responsible, which is what we're elected to do, which is to vet and ask questions, or at least have the ability to ask questions. Because if this passes tonight, we don't have that ability, it's gone. So that is why, to me, I don't see this as an emergency measure. I don't know that a case to me hasn't been made that it can't wait for a committee meeting next week where we can maybe have the mayor come down and speak to it, or maybe have some of the other stakeholders come down and speak to it, and then vote it out 2 weeks from tonight.
Thank you. Councilor Dolan.
Thank you, President Cooper. I'll hold my comments for the actual motion if it comes out. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Councilor Jackson.
Thank you. Oops. Thank you, President Cooper. Yes, I agree with basically everything everyone's saying. It's a need in the city. We do have speeding everywhere, and everybody knows that. It's been going on for decades, and it's always going to go on because people speed, and that's what they do. They litter, they speed, they litter, they speed. That's how it works. However, I don't feel that this particular motion meets the criteria of our city council emergency measure. I agree with the fact that we need more crosswalks. I agree with the fact, I like the idea of these flashing lights. That whole EEE thing, the 3 E's that the mayor has going on, I'm kind of like feeling it. But as far as this motion in particular this evening as an emergency measure, I don't feel like it fits our criteria, our city council criteria. But and a lot of the streets are in my in my ward. So, I want them. I want everything go, go, go. But I just don't feel that this is an emergency measure. That concludes my comments.
Thank you. So the only thing I want to add, I just want to add two pieces to this discussion on the emergency. Certainly the mayor has been contemplating this for a long time. I have had discussions with him about changes in location, changes in technology. He did mention it to Kate and I in our meeting that we had last week.
Yes.
But not that it would be coming as an emergency. No, that wasn't discussed. But the particular locations and the reasons for and preemptively sharing the 3E mentality around or thoughts around how to manage traffic. So the mayor did share that and has been working for a long time. I know this is about the emergency, but I wanted to make sure that I shared that. I would be remiss if I didn't share that it's been in the works for a while. Any additional questions or comments? Councilor Holmes?
Thank you. I will support this evening. I understand some councilors are hesitant, but I also, if it doesn't come out as an emergency, I am hoping that we're going to support this as a council, because this is, like Councilor Conti said, we're taking steps. It seems like a first step towards something that could really help the city deal with a lot of these issues. So I'm hoping that ultimately it does have the support and that we are able to get this for the crosswalks, all the lights and stuff. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Reynolds. Oh, you're muted, Sarah.
Okay. So will not be supporting the emergency. I mean, I think we have rules that we're supposed to be following. There's a method for how this is supposed to happen. To me, an emergency would mean that within the next week, the money is going to be gone. We would have to spend it to make it an emergency. The money showed up unannounced or whatever. But there's no reason this can't come out in the way it should have come out, which is next week. And we voted out the following week. This is not an emergency. It's just not an emergency. Nothing's going to change for 1 week. And, that's why we have emergency measures. And if we stop and allow all of this to change whenever somebody wants to bring it down as an emergency, why do we even have it in the ordinance? It's just foolishness. So I will not support the emergency measure. I support the issue itself, but not the emergency measure.
Thank you. Any additional comments? Councilor Dolan.
Thank you. I changed my mind. I understand why everybody's, there's merit to the emergency factor, but a lot of this stuff has been in traffic study. They haven't had a quorum, so on and so forth. A lot of stuff has been held up. And like Councilor Blair said, this has been going on for decades. And, as a counselor, people call you and complain about certain things. And, I don't get a ton of complaints from my constituents, but the speeding, I always had complaints about. And I never really noticed it, but I live off Oak Hill Ave, and I'll tell you, and I think because people know that the police are trying not to interact with the public as much as possible during the COVID issues that we're having right now, the speeding has been out of control. I mean, like I said, I live off Oak Hill Ave, and I'm talking 60 miles an hour. So it might not be an emergency, but this has been going on for long enough. So I will be supporting it.
Thank you. Sarah, you were muted, but I could read your lips.
I was saying point of order, because again, we're back to talking about, and we're talking, is this an emergency? All we're supposed to be voting on is this an emergency to agree that we'll go forward with the preamble, and not for all the reasons that belong in the next vote. So, no.
I agree. So Any additional comments regarding the emergency preamble? Hearing none, a roll call vote is required, and we'll begin with Councilor Blair.
How many votes is it? Just point of question. Just
Majority.
Just simple majority?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, Mr. Blair, no.
No.
Ms. DeSimone?
Yes.
Mr. Conti?
Yes.
Mr. Waterman?
No.
Vice President Jackson?
No.
Mr. Delicio?
No.
Mr. Cobus?
No.
Ms. Dolan?
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds?
No.
Ms. Holmes?
Yes.
President Cooper?
No.
4 yeas, 7 nays.
Motion fails. Hold on, I have to write this down. Okay.
May I proceed?
Yes, you may. Thank
President
you.
Cooper, 2 more items, if I may. From the docket of January 21st, 2020, I move to approve the installation of a rectangular rapid flashing beacon on Wall Street at South Main Crosswalk.
Second.
Thank you, councilors. This was discussed last week in committee. It was brought forward by Councilor Dolan. It went through the Traffic Study Commission. I think it's a good idea. I don't know if anybody has any comments or questions.
Any additional questions or comments? Councilor Blair.
Just that's how this should come through, and it is a worthy motion.
Thank you, Council Blair. You call for
Hold
the
on,
vote. I'm
hold
sorry,
on.
Mark.
I'm just making my notes to Virginia so she knows what we did. She's probably watching, but
I doubt it.
a roll call vote is required, and we'll begin with, I believe, Councilor Holmes.
Ms. Holmes?
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds?
Yes.
Ms. Dolan?
Yes.
Mr. Cobus?
Yes.
Mr. Delicio?
Yes.
Vice President Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Waterman?
Yes.
Mr. Conti?
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone?
Yes.
Mr. Blair?
Yes.
President Cooper?
Yes.
11 yeas, no nays.
Thank you. The last item of business is a partner to that one. I move to approve from the docket of January 21st, 2020, forgive me. I move to approve the installation of a rectangular rapid flashing beacon south on South Main Street at the train station crosswalk.
Second.
Again, discussed last week, brought forth by Councilor Dolan, went through the Traffic Study Commission. I believe it's has merit.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments? Seeing none, a roll call vote is required. We'll begin with Councilor Blair.
Mr. Blair?
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone?
Yes.
Mr. Conti?
Yes.
Mr. Waterman?
Yes.
Vice President Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Delicio?
Yes.
Mr. Cobus?
Yes.
Ms. Dolan?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Ms. Holmes?
Yes.
President Cooper?
Yes.
11 yeas, no nays.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you, President Cooper. That concludes the business of the Transportation and Traffic Committee. We look forward to a meeting at the next appropriate time.
Thank you. Councilor Conti.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reporting for the Capital Improvement and City Development Committee, I have 2 measures to bring before the council this evening. From the docket of October 6, 2020, I move to approve the transfer of $12,900 from the citywide reserve fund for capital to the Protective Inspection Computer Equipment account for purchase of printers, scanners, and computers for the inspection department.
Second.
Thank you. Motion is in order. Any additional comment, Councilor Conti?
Yes, Mr. President, as I spoke last week, I did visit the building inspection department and spoke with Bill at length about what his technology needs were. Last week, Council Delicio correctly brought up that it was in the capital improvement plan for exactly that amount of money. And we're pleased that we can still outfit his department with new computers, new scanners, and a couple of printers for that amount of money. So I would hope that my fellow councils would support the measure and That concludes my comments.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Seeing none, a roll call vote will begin with Council Holmes.
Ms. Holmes,
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds,
Yes.
Ms. Dolan,
Yes.
Mr. Cobus,
Yes.
Mr. Delicio,
Yes.
Vice President Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Waterman,
Yes.
Mr. Conti,
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone,
Yes.
Mr. Blair,
Yes.
President Cooper,
Yes,
11 yeas, no nays.
motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
From the docket of October 6, 2020, I move to accept the Crown Street Release Deed from Attleboro Associates LLC pursuant to Section 1-12 of the ordinances of the City of Attleboro.
Second.
Thank you. Motion is in order. Any additional comments? Council Conti.
Yes, Mr. President, last week, the committee discussed that detail, including with aerial photographs and maps and discussions with the building committee chairman, Jack Jacoby, and the water superintendent, Courtney Winchell, the need to take this first step in a three-step process to create a interconnection between the city of Pawtucket and the city of Attleboro for water, particularly for the South Attleboro region. The location of Crown Street is in a very remote area near the Pawtucket Water Department headquarters and where Cumberland Engineering used to be. It's currently a massive construction site, and this is a very large, very expensive, very long, multi-year project first introduced by former Water Superintendent Paul Kennedy. It's an important step in the water department to ensure adequate water supplies during fire emergencies, and I would implore my fellow councils to support the measure, and that concludes my comments.
Thank you. Any additional comments? Seeing none, a roll call vote will begin with Council Blair.
Mr. Blair,
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone,
Yes.
Mr. Conti,
Yes.
Mr. Waterman,
Yes.
Vice President Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Delicio,
Yes.
Mr. Cobus,
Yes.
Ms. Dolan,
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds,
Yes.
Ms. Holmes,
Yes.
President Cooper,
Yes,
11 yeas, no nays.
motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes the business that the Capital Improvements and City Development Committee has to bring before the council this evening. We have a clean slate, and we look forward to a meeting at the next appropriate time.
Thank you. Council Waterman.
Yes, from the Personnel, Veterans, and Human Services Committee, we have also an emergency preamble. I move that the Attleboro Municipal Council vote as provided in the City Charter, Section 2-9B, regarding the time-sensitive emergency to approve the request of the mayor to accept a $19,371 grant for the election office as given through the Secretary of State's office from the Center for Tech and Civic Live, CTCL.
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion is in order. Any additional comments on the emergency preamble? Council Waterman.
Yes, as I've been told, these grant funds have to be used for the express purpose of planning and operating a safe and secure election administration in the city of Attleboro. And they're COVID connected. And there are several items that this money would go for from the grant. Postage for 10,000 votes by mail ballots.
Point of order.
Thank you. Council DeSimone.
I don't believe this addresses the appropriateness of the emergency.
Right. So Council Waterman.
Yes.
I think a brief
I will.
Statement as to why this is an emergency. We don't need the details till we get to the motion.
Thank you very much. If this is not taken up and passed as an emergency measure on October 6, 2020, the resultant timeline would not allow us adequate time to spend these funds in advance of the election, especially with early voting and mail-in requirements.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments on the emergency preamble as described by Council Waterman? Seeing none, a roll call vote will begin with Councilor Holmes.
Ms. Holmes,
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds,
Yes.
Ms. Dolan,
Yes.
Mr. Cobus,
Yes.
Mr. Deluzio,
Yes.
Vice President Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Waterman,
Yes.
Mr. Conti,
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone,
Yes.
Mr. Blair,
Yes.
President Cooper,
Yes,
11 yeas, no nays.
thank you. Motion passes.
And from the docket of October, oh, it says October 20th, 2020.
Yep. that's-
I move that the Attleboro Municipal Council, as an emergency measure, approve the request of the mayor to accept a $19,371 grant for the election office through the state.
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion is in order. Any additional comments? Councilor Waterman.
I can share what this goes for if people want to know.
Yeah, I think that's probably important at this point.
Thank you. Postage for 10,000 voting by mail ballots. The rental of early voting sites, moved for social distancing. Sneeze guards for election stations. Additional signage, a hand truck to move the significantly increased volume of ballots at City Hall, cleaning supplies, and additional temporary staffing needs.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments? Seeing none, a roll call vote is required and we'll begin with Councilor Blair.
Mr. Blair,
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone,
Yes.
Mr. Conti,
Yes.
Mr. Waterman,
Yes.
Vice President Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Deluzio,
Yes.
Mr. Cobus,
Yes.
Ms. Dolan,
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds,
Yes.
Ms. Holmes,
Yes.
President Cooper,
Yes,
11 yeas, no nays.
thank you. Motion passes.
And that concludes the business of the Personnel and Veterans and Human Services Committee. I'll call the next committee meeting at the next appropriate time. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Vice President Jackson.
Thank you, President Cooper. From the reporting for Public Works Committee, from the docket of September 22nd, 2020, I move to approve the transfer of $91.34 from the Water Enterprise Fund account reserved fund for transfer to the Water Enterprise Fund bills from previous year's account.
Second.
Motion's in order. Any additional comment?
None, thank you.
Thank you. A roll call vote will begin with Council Holmes.
Ms. Holmes,
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds,
Yes.
Ms. Dolan,
Yes.
Mr. Cobus,
Yes.
Mr. Deluzio,
Yes.
Vice President Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Waterman,
Yes.
Mr. Conti,
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone,
Yes.
Mr. Blair,
Yes.
President Cooper,
Yes,
11 yeas, no nays.
thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you. From the docket of October 6th, 2020, I move to approve the authorization for payment of a fiscal year 20 invoice to Amazon Business in the amount of $31.99. A vote authorizing payment is needed to satisfy this debt. No transfer is needed.
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion is in order. Any additional comments?
Nope, this speaks for itself again, just like the previous vote and the next one to go as well.
Thank you. Any additional comments or questions from the council? Seeing none, a roll call vote will begin with Councilor Blair.
Mr. Blair,
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone,
Yes.
Mr. Conti,
Yes.
Mr. Waterman,
Yes.
Vice President Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Deluzio,
Yes.
Mr. Cobus,
Yes.
Ms. Dolan,
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds,
Yes.
Ms. Holmes,
Yes.
President Cooper,
Yes,
11 yeas, no nays.
thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you. From the docket of October 6, 2020, I move to approve the transfer of $601.71 from Citywide Reserve Fund for transfer account to Public Works previous year bills account to pay a fiscal year 20 invoice to Gianna Truck Company.
Second.
Thank you. Motion is in order. Any additional questions or comments?
Nope, same as previous.
Great. Roll call vote will begin with Council Holmes.
Ms. Holmes,
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds,
Yes.
Ms. Dolan,
Yes.
Mr. Cobus,
Yes.
Mr. Delicio,
Yes.
Vice President Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Waterman,
Yes.
Mr. Conti,
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone,
Yes.
Mr. Blair,
Yes.
President Cooper,
Yes.
11 yeas, no nays.
Motion passes.
Thank you. From the docket of October 6, 2020, I move to approve the transfer of $4,147.50 from the citywide reserve fund for transfer account to the park heating account to replenish funds used to repair and replace the irrigation well pump at Capron Park.
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion is in order. Any additional comments?
No, we discussed this last week, and this was just a transfer that they had done internally just to get that pump up and going back in August when we were not in session.
Great. Thank you. Any additional questions or comments from the council? Seeing none, a roll call vote will begin with Council Blair.
Mr. Blair,
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone,
Yes.
Mr. Conti,
Yes.
Mr. Waterman,
Yes.
Vice President Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Delicio,
Yes.
Mr. Cobus,
Yes.
Ms. Dolan,
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds,
Yes.
Ms. Holmes,
Yes.
President Cooper,
Yes.
11 yeas, no nays.
Motion passes.
Thank you, President Cooper. Before I close my meeting, I just wanted to acknowledge the fact that I'm happy that Virginia is back with us and she's doing well. Sharon, thank you so much for filling in this evening. And we are keeping Steve in our thoughts and prayers right now. So again, the council, once again, has been blessed with so many people helping us throughout our whole council time through this COVID thing. So we appreciate all of you. And that concludes the business for Public Works this evening, but I would like to call for a meeting at the appropriate time next week.
Thank you. Councilor Delicio.
Thank you. Reporting for business and appropriations. I have no business tonight, but I want to remind the council and ask the president if I could go first next week, as I do have Julie Hobson coming down to discuss tax classification. I would like to start the meeting at 6:30, but Mark, maybe you and I can talk about that offline, just because it's usually a lengthy discussion, and I think that Council Waterman has a guest as well.
I do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilor, do you have a question?
I do when Councilor Delicio is done.
Okay.
I'm done. I already called for the meeting at the next appropriate time.
Thank you. Council Cobus.
So one of the, in looking at the mayor's communications, one of the things I was expecting to see was the appropriation for the firefighters' kitchen, and I didn't see that. Is that something that you guys discussed? Is there a reason why that didn't come down this week?
We'll have to ask him.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All you.
Reporting for zoning and land use, we don't have any business tonight. The one thing I would want to mention is that earlier today, we received a draft ordinance for change for the Water Resource Protection District. I will send that out to everybody through Virginia, and my intent is to review it and discuss it at the next committee meeting on Tuesday. So call for a committee meeting at the next appropriate time, and look forward to seeing you there.
Great, thank you. Councilor Dolan.
Thank you. Reporting for Licenses Committee, I have 3 motions from the docket of August 20th, 2020. I entertain a motion to approve the application for a Class 2 license for M&J Auto Sales, Inc., 650 Washington Street with 10 customer parking spaces and 49 display spaces.
Second.
Thank you. Motion's in order. Any additional comments?
We had the public hearing, if you all remember, it's the old green light.
Thank you. Any additional comments or questions from the council? Seeing none, a roll call vote will begin with Councilor Holmes.
Ms. Holmes,
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds,
Yes.
Ms. Dolan,
Yes.
Mr. Cobus,
Yes.
Mr. Delizio,
Yes.
Vice President Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Waterman,
Yes.
Mr. Conti,
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone,
Yes.
Mr. Blair,
Yes.
President Cooper,
Yes.
11 yeas, no nays.
Thank you. Motion passes.
From the docket of August 20th, 2020, I entertain a motion to approve the amended license for a Class 3 license from Marcus Vitale, DBA Greco's Auto, 83 Dickens Street, with 10 customer parking and 31 display spaces.
Second.
Thank you. Motion's in order. Any additional questions or comments?
We also had the public hearing for this and the Class 2 regarding just adding somebody to his business.
Yep. Any additional questions or comments? Seeing none, a roll call will begin with Councilor Blair.
Mr. Blair,
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone,
Yes.
Mr. Conti,
Yes.
Mr. Waterman,
Yes.
Vice President Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Delizio,
Yes.
Mr. Cobus,
Yes.
Ms. Dolan,
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds,
Yes.
Ms. Holmes,
Yes.
President Cooper,
Yes.
11 yeas, no nays.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you. From the docket of August 20th, 2020, I entertain a motion to approve the amended license for a Class 2 license for Marcus Vitale, DBA Greco's Auto, 83 Dickens Street, with 10 customer parking spaces and 31 display spaces.
Second.
Thank you. Motion's in order. Any additional questions or comments?
No.
Great. Any additional comments from the council? Seeing none, a roll call will begin with Councilor Holmes.
Ms. Holmes,
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds,
Yes.
Ms. Dolan,
Yes.
Mr. Cobus,
Yes.
Mr. Delizio,
Yes.
Vice President Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Waterman,
Yes.
Mr. Conti,
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone,
Yes.
Mr. Blair,
Yes.
President Cooper,
Yes.
11 yeas, no nays.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you. That's all the business I have for licenses committee, and like to call for a committee meeting at the next appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Reynolds.
Reporting for City Property and Claims Committee, I have one motion this evening from the docket of October 6th. I move to approve the donation of tangible items from the Burlington store to Hill Roberts Elementary School.
Second.
Thank you. Motion is in order. Any additional questions or comments?
I have none.
Roll call vote will begin with Councilor Holmes.
Ms. Holmes,
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds,
Yes.
Ms. Dolan,
Yes.
Mr. Cobus,
Yes.
Mr. Delizio,
Yes.
Vice President Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Waterman,
Yes.
Mr. Conti,
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone,
Yes.
Mr. Blair,
Yes.
President Cooper,
Yes.
11 yeas, no nays.
Thank you. Motion passes.
That is all the business the City Property and Claims Committee has this evening, but I would like to call for a committee meeting at the next appropriate time.
Thank you. Councilor Holmes.
Thank you. There's no business this evening for Ordinance, Election, and Legislative Matters Committee. Like I had mentioned, I'm going to have a binder in Virginia's office that has all the communications that we've received regarding tonight's public hearing. And I'm going to continue that until the public hearing closes. It will be in that office. So I'm hoping to have that in there by the end of the week.
Great.
And
Thank you.
committee meeting next appropriate time. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. There is no old business. There's one item of new business, and for that, I will recognize Councilor DeSimone.
Thank you, President Cooper. I move that the following item be referred to the appropriate committee for study and recommendation. After review and recommendation by the Traffic Study Commission, an isolated stop sign be installed for southbound drivers on Loomis Street at Como Drive, and that section 10-4.11 of the revised ordinances be amended accordingly.
Second.
Thank you, Council Jackson.
Thank you. Motion is in order. Any additional comments, Councilor DeSimone?
This, I don't know where this came from, but I'm just, hey, it's late, but I honestly don't know. But it was in the Traffic Study Commission. And obviously they reviewed it and recommend the installation. I guess that particular situation there was a little bit awkward at that corner. And the group thought it was appropriate.
Great. Thank you. Any additional questions or comments? Seeing none, will require a roll call vote, beginning with Councilor Blair.
Mr. Blair,
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone,
Yes.
Mr. Conti,
Yes.
Mr. Waterman,
Yes.
Vice President Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Delicio,
Yes.
Mr. Cobus,
Yes.
Ms. Dolan,
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds,
Yes.
Ms. Holmes,
Yes.
President Cooper,
Yes.
11 yeas, no nays.
Thank you. Motion passes. That matter will be referred to the Transportation and Traffic Committee. Councilor DeSimone, would you also like to send that to the traffic? I know it's already been there, but to the Traffic Study Commission?
Is that, does it,
It
yes.
doesn't have to if it already, if
It does, no,
came
then no,
from
thank you,
there
President
already,
Cooper.
right?
That's where it originated from.
Thank you. All right. At this time, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second.
Oh, man, we got a roll call vote beginning with Councilor Holmes.
Very left.
Ms. Holmes,
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds,
Yes.
Ms. Dolan,
Yes.
Mr. Cobus,
Sorry, I was on mute. Yes.
Mr. Delicio,
Yes.
Vice President Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Waterman,
Yes.
Mr. Conti,
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone,
Yes.
Mr. Blair,
Yes.
President Cooper,
Yes.
11 yeas, no nays.
Thank you. We are adjourned 11:02.
Outstanding.
Somebody called it.
Good night, everyone.